The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers in North America. My name is Sierra Dunn. I'll be your host for today, joined here by my wonderful analysts. We got Roy and Ash. A day so exciting, I feel like I could just scream. Ash, how are we doing today?
Yeah, go ahead, Sierra. I'm great, though. I'm looking forward to today. I think we've got some really fun matches on the docket.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I mean, Roy, we are almost nearing the end of Stage 3 now. Like, it's crazy, like, what we've gotten to see so far.
No, it has been an insane split, guys. Like, the rise and falls of teams, the different narratives that are emerging. There's just so many different storylines that are happening in VCL. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a great time. Like, I'm having an excellent time. I'm invested emotionally. I'm invested mentally. I want to see some of these teams succeed. It's getting to crunch time. I'm ready.
Yeah, and when we're talking about that crunch time, I mean, second chances for these teams are kind of dwindling, and some teams have really been able to stand up to that pressure. Yesterday, we got to see some teams face off, and of course, teams that we had some question marks about at this point in the stage. First up is TSM up against YFP, and I feel like, Roy, I got an answer pretty quickly to one of the main questions, which was, what was TSM?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only was the answer quickly, but this match was quick also because it was an absolute stomp by TSM, guys. We saw Timotino coming into form. He had a phenomenal performance. I think he, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he dropped some like 217 ADR. He went 13-3 on the first kills first deaths. He was just having such a phenomenal series, and I'm just happy to see TSM back in form, and this new roster is starting to turn things around.
Yeah, being able to see the turnaround, I think, was really important. Obviously, TSM was a team that had changes going into the season after, you know, it switches up a little bit. So to be able to see them in the form they're at now, definitely looking to a strong contender. And later on, Ash, we got to see another matchup play out.
Yeah, this Legacy Kingdom versus Nightblood Gaming matchup, I know that the death was kind of split overall. Yesterday, when we were talking about the talent predictions of which way it could have gone, and I really think that this game for Nightblood, it could have been a little bit of a different story if Son of Kar maybe had a hotter start on Corrode. It ended up being 13-8 on both maps in favor of Legacy Kingdom. I think we did see a lot of the depth in the calling in the mid-rounding that Corrupt was able to bring to the table for that squad. But it was also a hard-fought battle for sure. And then aside from those 2 matches that we just talked about here on stream, we also did have our off-stream matches, or side stream matches, if you will, where we did unfortunately have to say goodbye to Burger Boys yesterday in that loss up against SRB, which was honestly just crazy when you think about the Burgers Boy run that they had during Stage 2, to be falling so early after being that dark horse that eventually grew to have expectations on their shoulders.
The fact that it was either saying goodbye to Burger Boys or saying goodbye to SRB yesterday is the crazy part too, because seeing this Burger Boys team get eliminated is crazy. And the alternative also would have been really showcasing that, yeah, there is some really strong teams that are at any point within this bracket, and things just do not get easier. But SRB getting that win, they still don't have a second chance. This 2-3 bracket's looking pretty scary, but everywhere else too, I mean, Roy, it is a fight to try and get qualified. It could be almost anyone's game.
Oh, you're correct completely. I think this is the ultimately the skill difference and this sort of the skill gap that's happening with these teams is just so high now. Everyone's sort of prepped. Everyone's feeling the pressure, guys. They're, you know, they really want to make playoffs. So a lot of these teams, they can't qualify through points. They need to go to a deep run. They need to have this like sort of playoff appearance as well as a deep run in playoffs to have a chance at Ascension. So I think a lot of these teams are feeling it, and it's very clear that these teams are trying their hearts out right now.
And today is going to be all about these teams that can qualify. Of course, you have to look at winning this thing for some of these teams to make it to Ascension, but making it to playoffs is the first start of it all. So qualifying games for today, I think this is a great way to be ending off this week. First up, it's going to be Winthrop University going up against Marville University, the collegiate face-off later on, Envy versus QOR. But the fact that we get to see this one play out for a qualifying match in Challengers, Ash, I think especially interesting because we've seen these two clash within the collegiate space, and Winthrop University, I mean, they've made their mark within the Challenger scene.
Yeah, they've had such a long history up against each other within the collegiate scene, even outside of the collegiate scene as well in like other third-party tournaments. But I think the last time that we saw them face off against each other being 2 months ago, that Marville win that was that 3-1 for the CVAL champs. For this year in the grand final, this is a huge revenge opportunity for Winthrop to look to bite back. It's been a kind of a flip, I guess, in the history, if you will. In 2024, it felt like Winthrop always had that edge up against Marville, and this time around in 2025, it's a bit of a different narrative.
So you're saying this is just a good old collegiate derby fighting right here for a spot in playoffs? Okay, I can get behind that, Ash. I can get behind that. But guys, all like these teams are you can say what you want about them, but they're like undeniably pushing the envelope for collegiate as an alternative path to pro, right? Like there's just so much more than playoffs on the line. There's their status, there's the reputation. Both of these teams are trying to be that prestigious program for collegiate. There's just so much on the line for this, and I feel like also there's before I move on to my next point, both of these teams have also lost to the same team. That's Qbert. They were both extremely close matches. That speaks on the level of potential with both of these teams, and I think we're going to see a pretty crazy game right here.
Yeah, and I love that you talk about these teams pushing that envelope for collegiate. And let's talk about Winthrop University first, because from Winthrop University's introduction into Challengers, things were a smidge, you know, rough at first. And then it was a Winthrop University that defied an expectation, made playoffs. And then it's been a Winthrop that has really changed that concept of these collegiate players playing within this Challenger space. A team that, I mean, there is a real opportunity, Ash, for them to get into this Ascension tournament. Like, looking at what they've been able to do as a team, it's been really impressive. And it's a team that's been looking stronger and stronger throughout Stage 3 with their recent changes.
Absolutely. And I think that when you have those changes in consideration, the improvements that even have been coming through for the side of Winthrop, there's that expectation. This team is they're 3-1 for a reason. There's that expectation for them to be making a playoffs, for them to be making a deeper run into playoffs here as well. Meanwhile, with Roy talking about how we're heading into this collegiate derby, how these teams are pushing the envelope for collegiate teams, Marville being that new face coming into the competition here for Stage 3 when we didn't see them the last couple of stages. So more, I think, of that pressure even falling on the shoulders of Winthrop because they have already something that they're looking to maintain. Meanwhile, for Marville, I feel like there's almost, even though they do have those accolades within collegiate, within the Challengers team, there isn't that same level of expectation from previous results that they found in VCL this year.
Which is going to be really cool. And for Winthrop University, I mean, a really big reason to why we got to see this turnaround way back and why this team's been praised so heavily, got to talk about Ali here. I mean, this has been a team that once Ali was brought into this main roster, Roy, there was a difference. And he's still been a difference maker 2 stages later to this day, including in their last series.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Sierra. I mean, I used to meme this guy when he couldn't make up his mind on what role he wanted to play. Like one event he was Duelist, the next he was Controller, and then the next one he was Flex. But bro not only took that and made it his identity, but he's actually excelling at it. Like put this guy in any role and you can pretty much count on that extra star player. Like he brings the firepower, he brings great utility no matter what role he's playing on. It's very rare that he's not finding value, whether it's through the combinations, whether he has a really good read on the util or using his own util, or whether you need somebody to have that X factor factor or bring back disadvantages or even, you know, have the hero play. He's that player for this team, and he's going to consistently do it.
Especially too when you're talking about the fact that he's been able to play so many different things. I think it's been nice for Winthrop University to have this level of flexibility to where they can have Ali playing on a different couple of roles and be able to have somebody step up. We've seen some teams kind of maybe get stuck within, you know, not being able to have that or people looking uncomfortable. And Ali, just no matter what the agent is on the day, being able to pop off Ash is just so refreshing.
And I think the most important part is that meta conversation that we've been leaning into because of how heavily the meta has been changing over the this past year and even over just the past couple of months. To have players who have that depth make it a lot more feasible for the team to be able to really figure out how they want to slot into the meta and what's going to work best for them. And that's just something that is very honestly difficult to find in someone that you're able to also find that chemistry with the team and have everything work out in that regard.
Yeah, and for Winthrop University, I mean, they have looked so good, but that collegiate face-off for today. And Marville University, I mean, when you're talking about a team that can face off against Winthrop, I mean, we talked about the history here. And this was especially exciting for Marville University because for Winthrop, who we didn't have the most expectations of back in stage one, Marville University, Roy, I dare say that was so different because, I mean, Winthrop had paved this way, and then now Marville University, we knew what they were capable of, and they've been able to step up to that task.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. We all slept on Winthrop University in the beginning, but this team, I feel like we're not really making that same mistake. Like we've been singing this team's praises. We've sang these players' praises as well. But I don't think a lot of us expected them to come guns blazing in the way that they are. 3-1, they've managed to come in strong. There's no signs of slowing down. They've had a phenomenal performances against several good teams in VCL. And I feel like overall, just the level of gameplay that this team brings to the table is excellent. They have a lot of experience. A lot of these players are very well rounded. Their comms are top notch. Like they have great coaching staff. Like almost everything from top down is structurally, internally, strategically in terms of, you know, gameplay. It's all just so well constructed. And I'm honestly, at this point, I'm not really surprised that they're having such a great season so far.
I think what's so crazy too is the fact that the first 2 rounds of Swiss that Marville played, they played with a super sub in Zerona, right? Which, I mean, Zerona is insane. Like he slotted in so easily with this team, was absolutely popping off. But it's not just a super sub situation. They're playing without their leader, their IGL in Chloric, who did come back during the 3rd week and then into the 4th and is back now. And I think that's just what's even more insane is the fact that this team is able to gel so well as a core and perform individually so well that that missing piece didn't take away from their performance. And now that Chloric is back in the server with them, he was a huge factor in why Marville found such ease and success in that matchup up against NBG. He's such a consistent sentinel player to have on their back line to be able to anchor those sites. And I think it's also can be difficult as well at times to be that sentinel IGL because you tend to be a little bit more disconnected from the team, right? You're the one who's playing a little bit more solo. It can be a bit harder to make some of those calls, and then you have to rely a lot more on your initiators or your duelists to help with some of that mid-rounding. And I think that that is what's really beautiful about Marville is how that is able to all come together and how Chloric is able to manage all of those different responsibilities, even when he's not usually grouped up with the pack.
And I think the craziest part is he's not even just playing Sentinel. He's also playing Info Initiator. Like he's able to jump around in completely different roles that require a completely different train of thought and communication methods. And he's just performing so extremely well while having the pressure of being an IGL. Mind you guys, obviously this team is very experienced. They can operate democratically. They don't really need like one specific person to call. I think they proved that in their first few matches without their quote unquote IGL. But I think it's nice to have somebody like this player who's extremely well rounded to sort of lead, you know, kind of just be responsible for the early rounding, kind of just like do a lot of the mental taxes early, especially in free signs when you're trying to come up with a really good game plan before everyone else can contribute in the mid round.
And I like too when we're highlighting like Chloric and the fact that there's these different roles we can play. Where have I heard that before? We were just having the same conversation about the opposing end with Winthrop and how that's been really good in being able to flex out, well, any degree of flexibility in an ongoing meta. So, I mean, great ways for these teams to really be able to just kind of stay ahead of the curve and just be mopping off within the server. But when we're looking at pop-offs as well, we'd be remiss to not talk about 2 insane players out here. I mean, Infiltrator has been someone we've talked about forever now. And Ren's, I mean, being able to see the impact already made throughout this stage, Roy, is pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats too. They're so evenly matched. But I feel like, although their stats are similar, guys, these two duelists are completely different. Like even on a pure eye test, right? Like you see Infiltrator, he's doing a lot of the hero plays. He's sort of running it down. He has a lot of X factor. He pushes the boundaries of the structure of the space so well. And he's so persistent at just like being in your face. Whereas I feel like when I'm watching Renz, he's not really like, they're not really looking to completely like have him pop off. Like he doesn't need to have these pop off moments for this team to have success. Like obviously it's nice to have, but I feel like Renz is playing within the structure. There's a lot of like, there's not a lot of pressure on him to like, make space or get a lot of these first bloods. But I think he's the type of player that is so experienced. He's more on the line of like the IQ kind of duelist, where like he's very cerebral with the way he's playing. The pacing is very different than the way Infiltrator's playing, where he's kind of like very explosive. Renz is very slow, very methodical. And whenever he does need to kind of get in your face, he's also willing to do it as well.
I love that call out on the juxtaposition between these two players and their play styles in that regard. The fact that we're talking about Infiltrator being that player that can just have those times where he's just taking things over in the server. And then I know we're not necessarily able to see it like in the stats that are on screen right now, but even just that conversation of like the overall first kills that they've been able to gather during this third stage. Infiltrator sitting at like 45 and Renz is sitting at 26, which is a massive difference. But that also yields to, I think, the play styles of these two teams as well. The fact that we're not just talking about Renz being, I mean, Roy is mentioning how Renz is like that very methodical type of duelist, but I think it also says a lot about how Marville play as that unit. And the fact that their spacing is so good. I feel like we see Infiltrator going in by himself with Renz. It's like he will make that space. He's absolutely doing his duelist role, but the follow up is so precise from the supporting line of Marville that he typically doesn't even have to necessarily be the one dealing with that first engagement. He'll just be the distraction factor while the rest of his team follows through.
And I'm curious with how Winthrop University is going to try and dismantle that today, going into today's series. Because again, highlighted, these two teams have faced off quite a few times. And as of more recently, it's been a Marville University that's been a little bit more ahead in these matchups. But it's been a little bit. And talking about today's series, of course, things have changed a little bit. We got a new map in, we'll have to see how these players are performing on the day. But getting into it, that third final map is going to be the new one. First up, it's going to be Haven. And Ash, I mean, this has been a second since we've seen it from Winthrop. And last time was actually up against Marville. So I'm very intrigued from this first map of how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I feel like this first map it's no surprise that Marville picks into it. Haven's always been a very strong map for this team. I think their play style on it lends well to that. I'm curious to see what kind of comp Winthrop's actually going to pull out on Haven, if they're going to go forward with the Yoru ISO comp that they had been toying with previously, or if they're going to look to switch things up as well. Because I feel like with Winthrop, they're this team where they'll just like pull something out sometimes. Like I feel like we've had so many interviews where you're asking them, so like, why did you guys make this comp change? And they're like, well, we were kind of feeling it today. So I think that that's something that's going to be really interesting. I feel like this map pool though is generally comfortable for both.
I completely agree. Also on the topic of Haven, I think predicting the compositions before we get to see them, I'm leaning towards the double controller for Winthrop University. I feel like they have the roster for it. They have the players for it. I think ultimately it's going to come down to like, sorry, not even just that, but just like the difference in these two teams' comp choices overall has been like Winthrop University is trying to do this sort of like new gen type of compositions, whereas it feels like Marville is kind of sticking. They're like evolving within an already existing meta and a previous meta. Like they're not really trying to come up with different comps, but they're changing the way they play to adapt to a different meta. So I think also the difference in like how they're interpreting the meta and how they're playing around it is also going to be really interesting in this matchup.
Yeah, I am very intrigued to see with Winthrop University what changes goes into today's series, because it makes sense what you said, but I would selfishly like to see the double duelist, but we'll circle back around to that. We'll circle back around to it, because we got our own official predictions to talk about the series of the day, and I feel like my heart broke a little bit when I made this selection. I'm sorry, Winthrop University. I'm sorry. I'm a recency bias Randy, Roy. Oh my goodness.
No, listen, I don't blame you. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that we aren't more split. I feel like Marville University has proven themselves against this team. They've proven themselves in VCL. Like there's really no weaknesses from Marville University. Like, yeah, they had, they had a pretty close game versus Qbert. So did Winthrop University. Like both of these teams lost to the same team. So I'm honestly just a little surprised to see that we aren't even more split than we are. I mean, I'm leaning Winthrop University. I just like the way they look. I feel like they've been improving a lot, but that's not to say that there's no flaws in their armor. Like they've clearly shown some errors. There's been some dysfunctions, especially like symptoms of a new roster. But yeah, just surprised, I guess.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that. As someone who has also voted for Winthrop, obviously on your screens, guys.
Counter arguing ourselves.
To be fair, I think that the big thing is more so it was really hard to choose between these two, because I feel like they're so evenly matched that it was difficult to like. I feel like I could have woken up on the other side of the bed this morning and been like, yeah, let me go for Marville instead. Like that's how close I feel like the predictions could have gone for these two teams and how I feel about that potential. I feel like though that loss in the grand finals up against Maryville for Winthrop, I know that these guys have been putting a lot more effort and time into the server. Previously, they joked about how, they didn't scrim and whatnot beforehand. And I know that they've been working a lot more behind the scenes. And I think that that's where I have my eyes set is like that revenge arc. And that's why I went for Winthrop today.
So you're a fan of the storylines. You're a fan of the revenge. All right. Well, I'm curious to see how the story is going to be unfolding for the day. But unfortunately, it's a story that we have to wait for because, again, we're talking about a player crashing. So, yeah, the classic. But we're going to take a quick break, an opportunity to get a snack before it's going to be the Collegiate clash, Maryville Winthrop. We'll be right back. Thank you, everyone. We are back. Marville University going up against Winthrop. Questions if Winthrop was going to switch up the comp from the last time we've seen it. But, Roy, they're going to stick with this double duelist, Ali on the ISO.
I kind of dig it. I like this. You were right. You were a sage after all, Sierra. You're so all knowing and wise. But yep, I mean, as expected from Marville, they're still sticking to the Neon. They're still sticking to the Breach Sova, and we're going to be seeing the Winthrop University composition, of course, with the double duelist. Again, this meta evolved as an anti to the Breach meta, right? The Jet or the Neon, they want to get deep lines with the Operator. This comp is very good at slowing things down and sort of using the ISO shield to pressure a lot of the op lines and a lot of the utility that they could have in the map control. I feel like this comp is really good for Winthrop University. It's just going to be whether they can hold it down on defense and get enough rounds to get that attack rolling, that attack side rolling as hard as possible.
Yeah, I think that's where my curiosity lies, is how they're going to look to break up any of the set plays that Marville are going to be going for with a much more brawly composition, with the ability to also like respond with a lot of Wildfire's utility in that breach. So I think that there is going to be a lot more pressure on Infiltrator in that regard for certain on defense, because he'll be the main person that we're looking for that push and pull with that gate crash ability to get out.
What I'm looking for specifically, too, with the fact that Winthrop University are running back this composition, of course, a couple of different players in the last time we saw them face off. But again, when we are looking at the fact that these teams played, it was a Marville University to take the win over here on Haven when we saw these compositions. So what have Winthrop University learned since then? It's been 2 months. I'm excited to hop into it. The Collegiate Clash starts now. Let's head into Haven with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, Marville hold the Collegiate trophy, but Winthrop stand in their path to playoffs and their only shot at Ascension, Marks.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I feel like the Dust did an excellent job at setting up the kind of rivalry between these two teams. And once again, Marville University coming into this one, you're feeling nice and confident. You've already beat these guys at the CVAL championships. It's going to be just another day at the office. But Winthrop University has really been having a resurgence as of late. And if you think about it, the last time these two teams faced each other on Haven during that championship final, well, the two players who are no longer on Winthrop University were the bottom scorers on the team. And so one might make the argument that maybe bringing in Governor, bringing in Glyph, we can see a little bit of different results here. So I'm really excited to see how this one is going to shake out, because this Collegiate Clash is just getting started.
Oh, yeah, it is. Look at already the first blood from Winthrop, just walking it down the sea, walking Marville already like a dog, but the aftershock will get moves nice and humble and out of that nook. So some movement, but not enough dislodging from Marville. They'll explore the options, and Giza is going to open that up towards the B site. It's going to be watching the left, crosses before watching. Marville going to cover their bases. Infiltrator still looking for his one taps Ange, and Giza is going to collapse on this final player within the site. That means a plant could go down, but on the backside, it's moves.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Glyph with an excellent pick onto Giza, and suddenly it's just Wildfire in this 1v2. Still has the spike though, looking for an opportunity, but Moobs shuts that one down. And so Winthrop University, they will take that pistol. And honestly, all things considered, I liked the way that they were playing that composition. They were more interested in pushing things out, go for that fight really early on, step just out of the range of what Wildfire's utility was trying to do, what that breach wanted to stun you up. And as a result, they were rewarded with all the kills. It wasn't until Giza kind of went on a little bit of a run just on B that things started to swing back in Marville's favor. But regardless, it's got to feel good if you're Winthrop.
Yeah, that came down to the last people in that round, and this is a force too from Marville. A couple of stingers being bought. Infiltrator even has the Outlaw walking down a long. So you got trips over in Garage and at B main, or at C long, I should say, with even the cameras. Glyph going to be spotted, tried to dodge the flash, and then Renz has already snuck up into this backline. Marville have smokes in place, but I don't know how much you're going to be able to hold back this flood of Winthrop, who are around the corner waiting for that setup, maybe from Infiltrator. The smokes could go down. He's looking for that pick with the Outlaw, but it's not going to be given much vision or any signs of life. The flash in from Infiltrator. No. So hard to try and, well, infiltrate exactly with that weapon. So Marville go toe-to-toe, 2 versus 1, and Renz closes out the round.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. What's up? We got Stingers. Weren't expecting this one, but we're also seeing a little bit more of that discipline that we expect to see from Maryville University. We talked about how they play around Rens. It's a little bit more coordinated, a little bit less kind of send them in and try and hope for the best, but the team works well together. And I feel like that round was an excellent display of their teamwork, just kind of flooding in onto the site. I mean, Glyph did not stand a chance with the amount of pressure that just kind of flew through. They were looking like a tactical SWAT unit just swarming in onto C. So an excellent job for Maryville to shut down that second round. And now Winthrop, I mean, they're on this very bizarre buy as Ali does have a Vandal in hand, but the rest of them are just kind of slumming it with Infiltrator only having a Bucky here and already a little bit of discretion being mitigated by Maryville University. Right now, they're playing this one a bit more slow. They're trying to wait out this utility, understanding that this could be a Winthrop round to go a bit more aggressive, but that is going to be the Vandal dropped. Moobs should be able to secure it after that smoke comes down.
Yeah, Maryville just upping their awareness too at the C-Long area where Winthrop were just so aggressive in the pistol round around that area. So Maryville definitely slowing things down to a more spread out default. Like, look how deep even Chloric is, looking for a brawl with the Stinger at A, or even just to kind of sell a fake over in that area. He'll be going up against Infiltrator with the Bucky, so I don't assume that's going to go well for Chloric. And the Spike's not going to see much at C, but wait, Chloric sneaks up on Infiltrator. My bad on the caster curse, and Maryville now rotate over. No cutoffs from Winthrop are coming, and this round is sealed for Maryville.
Yeah, Winthrop looking like they had a couple of ants in their pants that time around. Just got a little bit too gung-ho about moving things in, and you know, that was exactly what Maryville were hoping to do. We get to see Glyph walk away with a couple of kills at the end there, but it was ultimately the patience from Maryville that round, kind of baiting Winthrop University to push out, and then just excellent timings being sought out. I mean, yeah, once again, you pointed it out. Chloric was already on that A site, and Infiltrator was still holding the angle with the shotgun, just waiting for someone to come. Honestly, Maryville didn't even make their way onto the site, and the round was pretty much over. Just the overextensions from Winthrop University on that bargain buy didn't really... Well, sorry, they got punished with how that round went. So this is going to be the proper rifle round. Giza the only one who still will have this Stinger, and already it's a very good start for Maryville.
Yeah, just another first blood goes Rens' way. We're talking about the difference between those two duelists, and Rens will take his time to give themselves the best chance in these rounds. And when it rains, it pours. Winthrop have not been able to withstand Maryville, and this is about to be 3 in a row with 4 rifles carried over.
And it's just based on that very simple execute that we're seeing Maryville kind of go for. Sure, the breach, you know, debatable on whether or not that is the best pick here, but the fault lines and flashes have been excellent to kind of support the Maryville push up. And sure, you see Winthrop University just really just crumbling under the pressure of a lot of that utility being tossed their way, and they don't necessarily have the firepower to fight back because sure, I mean, you know, you expect to see some of that utility. Oh, maybe it's a fake, all that type of stuff. But no, it's Maryville more or less running at you. And they've got quite a few members pushing forwards at the exact same time, making sure to win out the numbers advantage. So honestly, these have just been squeaky clean rounds coming out from Maryville University thus far. Winthrop University, they're going to have to really try to play this a bit more coordinated because right now, Maryville, they're looking sharp as ever.
Moobs is looking dead as ever too, just not able to save the gun at the end, and very poor on the side of Winthrop. So this is just going to get even worse or even better, depending on who you're a fan of this time for Maryville. It's just kind of funny looking at our duelists and seeing how we talked about Infiltrator being so aggressive, that explosive type of duelist, and you would think that the Neon almost would suit him better, but he's been trying to set himself up. He's flashing in, they're coordinating, but so far putting too much of a dent into Maryville. Speaking of who has an impact though, Rens with back-to-back first bloods. He's looking for action over at A main, and Governor's gonna respect it. You got a ton of sheriffs on the defense.
Yeah, now they're all playing nice and grouped up. So trying to find an opportunity, find a timing on an overextension from Maryville University. But look at this. I mean, this is the exact same playbook that we saw Maryville use when Winthrop University were on a save last time. just play as patient as ever. Finally, someone actually picks up the spike, but let's just wait for them to extend themselves out. And you know that Winthrop are going to be looking for these flank opportunities. They try to rely a little bit more on that backstab, a little bit more on that catch people off guard and out of position type of style. And it feels like Maryville are just aware of that. They're very cautious about watching all of the angles properly. And Chloric is going to be playing that flank. Not usually your Sova, who's the initiator to try and move in onto this one, but Moobs actually wins out that gunfight, but can at least confirm that nothing else is going on.
All right, Kill Contract's going to buy some time here for the defense, but on the flank, I'm looking at Glyph. He could get the timing on Ange, and this could really break down Maryville before they get going. Now the clone does get shot. Surely Glyph finds this kill that he's been hunting for all round and seals the deal for the defense. And to try and get into heaven to get the upper hand and the upper angle on Giza, but the plan is the only thing he'll be able to get down. Oh, actually not even that. So a thrifty from Winthrop.
And honestly, that all came down to Moobs being able to find that first pick on Chloric all the way down onto C. You see, as soon as the pick comes through, Maryville, they have to initiate onto A. And it felt like Winthrop were kind of expecting this. Immediately, the kill contract comes out. We see themselves get set up, ready to disrupt any sort of push. And Maryville University, they walk right into the trap without honestly being too aware of it. And I think that that is one of the issues if you're going to have Chloric continue to play that flank on the other side.
Oh, can't flank those. Just a good banger of a first blood, a good op buy. How long can you hold it? Hands looking shaky. Chloric disrupting everything in the back. A double kill, but wait, the response. The governor and Winthrop still have a round.
I have the spike.
And it's Chloric with the spike. Hey, he, well, will have the site, but you're not feeling secure at all. And a drone up.
Really has the recon drone available too, so the head gets spotted out, which is extremely unfortunate.
Whose haircut is that? Only belongs to the GOAT. The IGL back in the lineup to try and salvage this round. 1v2. After just such a good Hunter's Fury, Chloric killed so many, but now has to pick up the pieces. I was worried about Garage, but at this point, you're only one. You have to pick one angle. Glyph, the isolated 1v1, dances against Governor. Welcome back to Challengers. Chloric has some cover, but is so hesitant. He has time to play with. 24 seconds left. You can't change sight. You can't change your mind. But Governor, oh, the shock to get Chloric down to 83 will escape down to main, and Governor just can at least check. Is he still within the sight? No, you know he can't. Couldn't have crossed into Garage. So Governor trying to push down this site. Chloric doesn't even have to peek. He has recon. He has a drone. And he's able to make sure that no one's touching the spike. This is so much good time in favor of Chloric. Governor has to get aggressive. He's been pinged. Chloric 1v2 clutch opportunity. And he just has to play his life. He doesn't even need the kill at this point. And he still secures it. The 4K in the clutch for Maryville.
The amount of neurons that were just firing off in that final matchup there between the two Sovas. Obviously, Governor coming back in to this tier 2 scene, and honestly, it was so explosive just off the bat here, and it was all because of these Hunter's Furies finding 2 kills apiece, if I'm correct. But still, it just comes down to that 1v1. A bit of an overextension from Glyph. Unfortunately, Governor was not ready for that trade, which made it to this 1v1 situation, and then Chloric just played this one beautifully. Once again, no more shock bolts or anything left over, but still made that one work to just play the brain game, just played the stall game, and Governor goes down at the very last second.
Okay, a lot of first bloods go in favor of Maryville, but not without a trade, and can't underestimate what Winthrop can do with those sheriffs. I mean, they've already gotten the thrifty under their belt. You still have Glyph. 13 HP in a dream, hoping to get some fun timing against Chloric, but Maryville are patrolling this spawn a lot more. They're adapting to these Winthrop flanks. There's also a 2-man walk down from the A side, and this could open up the flank from the C side. But meanwhile, Maryville gonna waste no time getting the C plant down, and Chloric is gonna shut down the flank 1v2 style. That was nasty.
This is so bizarre, man. The fact that it's the Sova on the flank watch. And on top of that too, like Chloric is really making it work. On the flip side though, for Winthrop University, it is really interesting to me because when you look at this squad, one of the things I remember from Winthrop University was how good Moobs was on this flank. Moobs, just the knife in the back, consistently finding value, finding kills for Winthrop University previously, but it feels like this role is kind of swapped around a little bit more. Moobs more playing that very hard anchor role, and Glyph the one who is kind of exploring a bit. And Glyph has been kind of getting diffed by Chloric currently. I mean, Chloric, the flanking Sova, has been doing an excellent job at keeping a lot of this flank pressure in check. And so it is unconventional, in my opinion. You would want the Sova to use a lot of that utility for the engagement onto the site, but Chloric just found a 3-kill. And honestly, if you're making results, you can't really question the method.
Okay, give Mans a gun though, and I swear Glyph will pop off. And just wait, okay? Winthrop actually have a buy, but you need to try and stabilize yourself in the economy. This is, I think, a pretty important win for Winthrop to try and take. And at what point do you stop just going for so much mid control? I mean, they've kind of, Winthrop has tried to stand back. They've gotten picked by Rens both at A main and C main. So Winthrop are just trying to throw everything at Maryville and see what sticks. And Maryville are sticking to this A push, and Governor's gonna try and respect it. The Rolling Thunder is gonna dislodge Winthrop. They're on the other side of smokes. Glyph is trying to pressure back. Governor tries to spot the TP, and it's just a bloodbath with Winthrop really holding things back. And it's because of those quick rotations from the Duelist. And look at that backup, but the trust that they have in each other. But Infiltrator needs more than trust. He needs a Band-Aid, and it's, well, I guess Katniss Everdeen, Chloric the GOAT, that closes out the round.
You can see the panic coming in from Infiltrator, like, wait a second, Shockbolt, get me out of here, but unfortunately couldn't hit the TP fast enough with the Shockbolt just landing there. And Chloric cleans up that kill. It is a brawl, and Frank, like, the only times we see Winthrop University potentially be able to contest Maryville University is when we get into these brawly types of situations, when things tend to get a little bit more chaotic. If they can outlast a lot of that initial engage utility, then we see Winthrop University play a lot more coordinated and together. This time around, it is going to be this push-up from Infiltrator alongside Governor here, but Chloric will be spotting that out. And Winthrop University, they're not able to actually take Chloric out. That is an unbelievable flick.
Yeah, Winthrop have tried to change up their A defense, but Maryville just stomped through the ground. They're on a 3 streak. But let's let this flank cook a bit. Chloric, can he really be flawless? He is. Ali just didn't think someone was going to be all the way back here checking the flank. Chloric has been in spawn. You just have to expect that Maryville are going to have a strong anchor. It's not going to be the person you expect. And the rest is history for Maryville. Barely gonna drop anyone. Glyph can steal away a rifle and play the mind games to see if he can live on through this round.
That's not looking very possible. To be fair, Wildfire and Chloric are pretty low. At this point, you just want to do a little bit more economic damage, but Maryville have just kind of strung so many rounds in a row that even then, it's just a consolation prize to how this round went out. And of course, it is Chloric to find that last kill. I mean, Chloric's just been doing it all. Like, the amount of times that Chloric has found members of Winthrop University thinking they can just walk in for free, thinking they can just set up this flank and just immediately getting shut down, just like Ali did right there. It's been unreal. Like, this is a crazy performance for Chloric, coming in right now with 15 kills. The next highest in the lobby is Giza with 8. A lot of ultimates back online for Maryville University. Winthrop going to be investing in that operator. Infiltrators leading with only 7 kills. Still hasn't really come online in the way that we would have expected him to. But with this operator, might be able to find some of these more longer range shots, hopefully shutting things down as the Maryville train makes its way over to this B site.
Yeah, I think Winthrop just have to hold their angles, hold their lanes, and got the perfect setup to do it. Don't overcook. Of course, the attackers lockdown is going to try and zone off B, but Ali should still be in a position once the smoke dissipates, so he can pick off Maryville going in, and that smoke will unobscure the plant, but Winthrop just kind of hanging on by. I think Glyph could have even saved that weapon last time, but here's the kill contract to remove Wildfire. A lot of utility now gone as Winthrop collapsed from both sides, and Wildfire shows Ali how it's done. Another first blood goes Maryville's way, but not before Infiltrator tries to even up the odds. And now with that cage in place too from moves, you're gonna try and touch the spike, get the attention of Maryville, and I don't think you wanted the smoke from Cork. How does he keep converting those? He is on one today. Welcome back to Chloric.
I think that's now 3 rounds in a row where we've seen Chloric get a triple kill, which is kind of unbelievable if you think about it. Obviously, excellent coordination to call out when to use the Hunter's Fury there. And I think that Winthrop University, off of that kill contract, were just a little bit too slow, in my opinion, because they should have moved in there to make sure to try and secure that if Ali loses that duel, they can at least punish there. And instead, they just kind of get grouped up, and well, Chloric walks away with 2 kills off of a Hunter's Fury, something that honestly most teams just use as a stall tactic once that spike goes down. But Moobs, getting heavily pressured this time, understands where a lot of this is going. But they got to start making these rounds happen quickly, because right now Maryville are really running away with this.
Every first kill goes Maryville's way, and Winthrop are going to cook up a flank yet again. This time it's Ali. Meanwhile, Maryville just run things down from front to back. Winthrop on their backs and not a chance. But wait, a 2 versus 2. The element of mystery. Ali sneaks up on Ange, and now it's the Hunter's Fury that kind of kindles the fire here. Have Ali trying to combine with Governor, and Governor just didn't get a move on fast enough. 4 HP. Chloric manages to win his 1v1 that should have even been a 1v1. Now it's Governor left to pick up the pieces with the Guardian. He's revealed his tracks, and he's just getting spammed through the smoke, and he doesn't know what to do against them. Does get a chance to reposition, but jeez. Oh, Winthrop could have won that.
Honestly, and somehow Chloric still alive in the midst of all of this. Looking the wrong way there. Should have spotted at least one out. So now it's down to these Silvas yet again. Governor looking for a redemption round.
I thought that Omen was going to spot Governor in the corner there, but Chloric, the C stands for clutch, and it's 9-2 for Maryville. You just need that pop-off player from the side of Winthrop, and usually we've talked about that being Infiltrator, at least on different Duelists, ones where he could be fast and loose and solo, but he's trying to set up the team. Winthrop are trying to go back to defaults, but aren't getting these early rounds in their favor at all.
No, not at all. And I wanted to point out a pretty interesting thing I noticed on this one. Okay, we're zooming in. Chloric 4 HP and still is able to win this out. A single bullet from like a classic would have been more than enough, but it's kind of crazy because that time around, Chloric was with the rest of the team, and as soon as Winthrop University recognized that, they're able to get that flank online, and it works out so much better for them.
Out for Winthrop to dodge the Rolling Thunder, didn't make contact with anyone. Glyph manages to teleport out in time. Dimensional Drift with an up. It's going to be interesting. Maybe trying to go down to C main as Winthrop use the chaos in their favor, trying to pinch Winthrop from all sides. Here's the op in position in main. Did get clipped. Wildfire's going to finish off what he started, and it's the turret from the Killjoy that clips Infiltrator coming back. So interesting round that broke down, but Maryville just kind of reacted and countered that much better to the setup.
I'm sorry, but like, what am I watching coming out from Winthrop University? Like, I've seen this team do amazing things, and to see some of these mistakes, I don't know what else to call them right now, kind of come together with how disconnected everything really feels. It feels almost sloppy with their initiation into it. And I think that this is, yes, Maryville are playing a very rehearsed game. They're playing extremely well. Let's do Infiltrator dirty by showing that in the slow-mo. But it's so crazy to see that Winthrop University, it feels like that pressure is honestly really getting to them. And they're just kind of falling apart. Like, they look like a team that is just so scrappy right now, but not coordinating anything to make plays happen. They're just kind of all going with carry syndrome, trying to hope for a multi-kill or something like that, and all of these weird angles, and they've just kind of lost the script with how that half went. It's 2-10 now. Like, Winthrop University, they need to win this round, and they've already lost Ali.
No one checking the corner. Winthrop, what's going on? You're entering B without looking left, looking right. No recon, no friends, no hope. Maryville almost getting a flawless. Giza with 3. This is Winthrop, just an uncharacteristic, unconfident game out of them. Just things from Glyph that could have saved their rifle, then could have killed Wildfire in that one round, then got caught on rotations, to Winthrop not checking the most obvious corners, to Infiltrator not hitting those shots with the op that we're used to him getting every single time. So just definitely some slip-ups on the Winthrop side that we're not used to.
Yeah, and once again, it's extremely uncharacteristic from them. I mean, when we saw them in stage 2 and how dominant they've played even in stage 3 thus far, like, this by far is one of their worst performances that I've kind of seen, which is uncharacteristic. And, you know, at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, like, you know, maybe we take a look at the next map, because Ange just finds a 3K with a judge around the corner. It's not looking good right now. The spike is down, moves just on the other side of Ren's, watching from this window. And yeah, suddenly Governor down to a 1v3, does have this Marshall, but you know, you got to reset the mental. You got to look forwards towards Sunset, because this has not been looking good from Winthrop.
Yeah, doing a lot of studying, but not on the judge purchase that can come out of Maryville, especially in Garage. It's Winthrop having a really tough time just pushing these choke points, and maybe wishing they had a breach to just be able to explode into these small areas and be able to out-counter pressure Maryville. And it's that lack of pressure that we're not really seeing. And when you operate around the double duelist, you're looking for frag power. If you don't have the bells and whistles and the utility, you got to shoot better. And we're not really seeing that. Even Allie's losing kill contracts. Not to shade anyone in particular, kind of just did, but like Winthrop just, I guess, is still warm-up map for them.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it must be, because you know, we're used to seeing that confident Winthrop playstyle where they can kind of send their individual players out there and just count on them to find some of these clutch kills. And they've been getting shut down time and time again, which makes it so much more difficult to try and execute these. And so they're kind of changing up the playbook here to try and mitigate some of it, and yet they're still kind of getting diffed by Caloric and the rest of the team. Like, it's unbelievable how different this team looks. That's going to be the end of the map. A very fast 13-2.
It was Maryville's pick, and yeah, they showed us just how prepared they were for the Winthrop match. I mean, Maryville won this last time. This map last time in the CVAL Championship. They won the CVAL Championship against Winthrop, but this is only a best of 3. It's not a best of 5 like that final was. And up next, we have Sunset, which you're hoping Winthrop are going to be coming a lot more studied on that one.
Yeah, you're really hoping that that's going to be the case, because, I mean, Maryville University, you have to be feeling so confident after that one. Like, they were just kind of smurfing at that point. Winthrop University, take this break between the map, reset, figure things out. We haven't seen Maryville really on Sunset yet, and this is going to be the time where Winthrop can really start to pull that together and try and force out map 3, which would be Corrode.
It's going to be a good one. We'll see maybe if the neon matchup mirror between the two may help stabilize some things, but we'll find out what happens after the break.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Face off between Winthrop University and Maryville University, two collegiate teams within the Challenger scene, two teams that have faced off plenty of times before. And on the day, it's going to be Maryville University to completely demolish their collegiate buddies over on the opposing end, 13-2 on the very first map of the series. I mean, Ash, we've seen these two teams play out on this map before, and it was a Maryville win last time, but a very different one. This was a statement.
It was more than a statement, Sierra. I don't think anyone would have expected it to be a 13-2 in favor of Maryville. The expectation was for this scoreline to be a lot closer, but I think that even just after the first few rounds that we saw of Haven, you kind of got a feeling for how the map was going to go. It seemed like Winthrop was really struggling to deal with these explosive set plays that Maryville were pulling out. And that's the expectation when you look at the composition that they're bringing to the table, right? You see the Neon, you see the Breach. You know that they're going to go for these like quick crunches that are trying to isolate these players on an island. And it felt like Winthrop were really disconnected from each other here on defense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a disconnect or if it's the fact that Maryville University just plays at a pace that is just so awkward for Winthrop University to deal with, right? Like the explosive set plays that you were referring to are coming after like very slow defaults, right? They're like info starving Winthrop University. They're like outlawing them on the jiggles. They're forcing them to play in a way that they're not really used to, because I feel like Winthrop University gets so much value from the walkdowns, right? From the re-clears, and a lot of that was just constantly getting punished by Maryville University, forcing Winthrop to play in this like sort of awkward pace. And then when you combine that with the fact that Chloric clutched up so many times on that first half, and then so many of these late round scenarios kind of ended favorably for Maryville University, and that kind of just let them run away with that first half. And we highlighted that as being a very important half for Winthrop University, and Maryville just completely swept them.
Yeah, like it's insane that they won 10 out of 10 of their post plans for Maryville.
Yeah,
right?
that is crazy.
And like 3 out of those situations came down to those Chloric clutches that you had been talking about there. Like 25 and 3 is the insane numbers to be putting in the server. Like actually just unreal. And then you pair that with the fact that like he was doing everything. You know, he's doing the scouting for his team. He's lurking on attack at times as well, where like I'm sure for Winthrop they call out that they see Giza on site at that point, and they're like, okay, should be like totally chill to walk up on like, who's in window waiting? Chloric. Like cleaning up 3 people. And you're kind of just like, what is this guy even doing over here? But it's just insane. And I think that Roy made a really great point about just like the timings on not just the macro level, but even in those like small moments that were really difficult for Winthrop to deal with. And they just really couldn't find their groove.
And this is like kind of in line with what we were talking about, right? In terms of like the sort of the evolutions within the evolution. Like they don't have to recreate the wheel, right? They can sort of evolve within the constraints of the meta, and that's what it looks like they're doing, honestly. it makes sense for Cloric to be lurking, because once you've expended all your util, actually Killjoy has a lot more to offer in the pulse plant than Sova does at that point, right? Like, yeah, you might have a recharge dart if it comes up in time, but the double swarms, those are really useful. The turret, the alarm bot, those help a lot in the pulse plant. And I feel like Marville University just recognized these things, and they're sort of playing within this sort of like unpredictable pattern. And I think it just completely caught Winthrop University off guard.
And I mean, we had highlighted that when we saw Maryville University earlier on in the split, we didn't see Cloric, and it was still a Maryville University that was getting some really respectable wins with the Super Sub Serona, right? But be able to see the roster at its full strength. I mean, when Cloric was MIA, players had talked about like, yeah, and when Cloric's back, when's Cloric's back? And again, right, like we just really have to hit home, like how crazy of a performance Cloric had, not just today, but the impact that he has on the team. Like, this is amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cloric's back. This is your formal announcement. 270 ADR. First Blood's looking great. Also, the clutches are not on here, but those also looked phenomenal. He won almost every single one of them that he was in, and including the early round call, and as well called the force round in the second round as well. That allowed Maryville University to run with an early momentum. I mean, what more can you possibly want from a player? Like this is a hero performance. Like, there's just no other way to put it, really.
Yeah, just simply put, I mean, you talked about all the clutches, everything else, and I feel like, too, if this is a Cloric that's playing at this level, Ash, like, Winthrop University is in a very scary position. Like, Cloric was just on one today.
And I think that it's not just, yes, Cloric was absolutely on one, but you could also see how that energy bled into the rest of the team as well, with how they were looking to take a lot of those fights, the confidence in which they were swinging. And I think that that's something that is going to be dangerous heading into our second map of Sunset, is them being able to, if they keep the same composition that they were running with previously with that breach as well, that's where I have a lot of my concerns. Is it's going to be similar issues that Winthrop will be having to face up against in our second map of today. And it's a question of whether they're going to be able to have that bounce back to look into how they want to tackle those problems with clarity.
Looking into the second map of Sunset, I mean, this is something we have seen from both of our teams within this stage of Challengers, but it was also very, very different looks. If you just look at the numbers, Winthrop got the win, Maryville the loss, but Winthrop winning up against Prosperity Esports in a really strong match. And Maryville here, yeah, and so we didn't get to see too much. Maryville, they went up against Qbert and had a respectable game, so a very different opponent. So I'm curious then in a more even matchup how it's going to really play out.
Yeah, also the match versus Prosperity Esports for Winthrop was just so long ago. I feel like a lot of their playbook must have evolved since then. I'm sure they've grown since that time. That was kind of the beginning of their season. I can't help but feel like they've probably found their groove. But I think the interesting thing, as long as the compositions haven't really changed, is going to be how they're going to address the breach when they're going up against it on the attack side, right? Because the breach is going to be on defense. We typically know where the breaches like to play. They're usually positioned on the A side because a lot of teams prioritize that A defenses. So I'm curious to see how they're going to leverage the KO to kind of do these things and accomplish a lot of these goals that are typically pretty important on Sunset. But I don't want to get too ahead of myself, because there's a chance that they switch things up.
I mean, there definitely is. I'm intrigued, though, because for Maryville, I mean, things have been looking pretty cohesive. And on the side of Winthrop University, as much as I was hoping to see the double duelist, even if it didn't work out, we don't have to talk about that part. It was still a composition on Haven that hasn't changed in the last 2 months, even when they had different members on the team. So I'm kind of then curious with Sunset if it is going to be like a repeat of like, hey, like this was still within the stage. We still kind of want to go with this and just kind of improve off of it, especially when it was a winning comp. Or if they want to switch things up on the day, especially too, since Ash Winthrop really can just, they do just go off the vibe sometimes. We want to switch something up, and maybe that is the momentum they need after that first map. I don't know. Like you just never know with Winthrop.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy part, is like they could just decide to go for something different, like you were saying, just because maybe that's what instills them with that confidence for the remainder of this best of 3. But I really like the KO that we see Winthrop using on Sunset. I think that especially just there are only so many places that breach is going to play to have appropriate like lines for that fault line, whether it's over towards A, mid, or market, if he decides to like roam around. And I think that there is going to be a lot of pressure to find value out of the 0 point in that regard, to be able to shut down that opportunity for those trap plays and try and break them apart.
I think the biggest question I have too going into this is both teams very definitely capable of bouncing back. Winthrop University, no exception to that. But after that very first map in the series, again, with Maryville, with just how they were playing, the read they have on the map, everything else, Roy, I'm curious with what Winthrop University have in the tank. Because, I mean, we've seen it play out in Maryville. Like, it was tough for Winthrop in the first one. And when you're comparing the styles and the fact that Winthrop just didn't seem matched up in that way, then, like, how much does that change going into the next map?
I feel like it should change some things, right? Also, refresh my memory, but did we ever see Infiltrator opping on that map? Because I don't recall the operator ever getting pulled out on the defense side for them. So I think that would definitely be a certain element to try to get as early as possible for them, right? Because if Marville University wants to play that slow on their attack side, like, you need to get the op lands. You need to try to figure out where to get the op value and force these teams to play at a kind of an unconventional pace, or like a pace they're not really, they're used to. So you have to disrupt the defaults. You can't let them starve you information. There's a lot of proactivity that Winthrop University will have to do if they want to come out on top in the second map.
Yeah, I think the hard part too is they really never got their economy going to the point where they could afford the op more than that like singular time that we saw it come out on Haven. And unfortunately, I know we can't roll the clip right now, but that was the round that he died to the turret when he did TP over towards C-Long afterwards.
Oh,
yeah, that's when he had the op. That's when he had the op.
Point. Oh no. Ash is like, we just have to make sure at some point we bring up this turret, Kale.
That was a great clip. You have to play that clip in slow-mo.
It's the fact that we got multiple angles of it, dude. Like, we got all
Stop! He's already dead, guys.
Love it.
He's already dead. The map already ended. Let's move on. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. I mean, you're bringing up good points about, how in that first game it was just a little bit of a tough one to eat for Winthrop to even just kind of get going there. So hopefully they can just completely forget about that. Hopefully we can move on from the turret kill and just kind of move on with our lives. I mean, Winthrop University, we've seen the capability throughout 2 stages of VALORANT and throughout this third stage. So we know that there is, the capability here, Ash, for a bounce back. So let's put the turret kill aside and just focus on, what they can change up in this next map to still be able to take us to a map 3.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, that's what we've been talking about this entire time, right? And then obviously talking about that pressure relying on Ali's shoulders. And we've talked so much about his depth in his agent pool. And I think that's what's going to be really exciting to see once again is the fact that he doesn't have that performance drop off. And actually, it won't be them who's going to go for any changes. That doesn't really surprise me. I think I was expecting them to keep the composition that we had seen previously, but Maryville very much so now leaning into, I feel like, the new meta of VALORANT with the double controller, leaning into the Viper play that's been coming out on Sunset here as well, starting out on defense too. This is going to be a lot that Winthrop are going to have to kind of bait out as far as utility goes in those early rounds to avoid being stalled out.
Yeah, I feel like this is an insane curveball. The double controller with the deadlock coming out on the defense side. I feel like there's going to be a lot of in the moment problem solving that's going to have to be done by Winthrop University. But I do want to point out the fact that they do have KO, not Breach. I feel like KO pairs extremely well into the composition choice that Maryville's opted into. It's just a matter of whether Ali can, have the right timings, the right places to put his knife, get the right suppresses, how they're going to manage to play around the KO wall, what kind of setups are they going to run, how are they going to disrupt the plan for Winthrop University, and how is Winthrop University going to use their composition to their advantage against Marville University to come out on top.
I mean, it's a Winthrop University map pick. Maryville University with the curveball. It's time to see if Winthrop has enough to take this into a map 3. Remember, this is qualification on the line for these 2 collegiate teams. Let's see if Sunset's enough for Maryville to get this done with your casters, Jen and Marks.
Thanks so much, gang. We're back at it again. One thing they didn't mention, though, Marks, is we all look really silly in our predictions. Like, we're going to get screenshotted by Maryville so fast if Winthrop don't cook.
Except for Sierra.
Yeah,
Sierra's actually
she's always going against the grain.
Yeah. Remember when Sierra was like, man, I picked Maryville. I don't know. Like, I hate to do this against Winthrop University. I should have picked Winthrop University. And yet here we are. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff being brought out to Sunset this time around. And quite frankly, The big thing we need to see is how Winthrop University are going to deal with the stress that came from that last map. I'm not saying the last map was traumatic, but it was getting in that direction for a 13-2, previously getting to 13-9 when the teams faced off. And already Winthrop University, a very fast push all the way through middle, as it looks like they're ready to pressure this B side. It's going to be some deadlock utility to slow it down.
I've been waiting to see Infiltrator cook, but he's actually just dancing and feeding kills to Rens. Like, you gotta shoot back. The movement isn't just to look cool. It's supposed to really make the defense uncomfortable. I was thinking this agent was gonna be more suitable for Infiltrator, but Rens, clearly the aim is warmed up. No ace for him, but a maybe flawless, mostly flawless for Maryville. They took both, not even both pistols, it felt like they did last time. One of the 2 rounds that, you know, Winthrop won was the pistol, but hey, Maryville get to kick things off here on Sunset.
Not casually dropping one of the 2 rounds for map 1. Yeah, so it is going to be Maryville. They walk away with that to get the nice defuse on there. And once again, like the desk highlighted, the utility for Maryville University is going to simply focus on stalling things out and adding a lot of disruption. And you can see that disruption really countering how Winthrop University wanted to engage in that site because, oh no, there's a barrier mesh in my way. Oh no, there's a smoke in my way. And you could see the pathing feeling very uncomfortable for how they wanted to execute onto the site, allowing Maryville to really just isolate them out.
Okay, another first blood for Maryville. Shutting down Infiltrator now back to back. I'd like to see them cook a lot more in these flashes to enable Infiltrator. I just feel like there's no counter pressure against this team. It's just a firing squad. Of course, the anti-eco, you were expecting that, but even the power of friendship for Winthrop couldn't help.
Cover going out.
Great stuff. I mean, just swinging out together, playing around the judge. Excellent stuff. And now Ange, using that judge once again, getting so much value out of this shotgun. And Winthrop University, like, they fold over like a piece of paper. Nothing really to be said about them on that last round, as Maryville University look to continue to assert their dominance. But this time around, Winthrop, this will be their rifling round. And I cannot understate the importance of this KO pick now, because really, on a lot of the game plan that Maryville are using in this disruption, a lot of that can be mitigated if they just land that knife, just find a couple of agents that could really smooth their way in onto one of these sites. Let's see how Winthrop decide to do this.
Winthrop defaulting mid, but smokes are going to keep Rens back with the outlaw, but Giza's always good for one. He was at A, swaps to B, barriers that off, and Winthrop have one option, and they don't really like how they've been facing A so far, so I guess they're going to take their spike here through top mid or through the sonic sensor that Giza has, so it's not looking good for Winthrop. I don't know if the drone from the defense spotted the spike carrier, but you're going to need to not be in the middle of the map here if you're Winthrop.
Honestly, like, look at the map control that Maryville University have. They have, at this point, Winthrop University, they have to get kited into one of these sites. The mid is not going to find them anything, and Ange finds that piece of information, and already they start to rotate their way around to make sure they can set up this defense.
Oh, he's going to push past the smoke with the outlaw, and maybe wants to wait out the drone. Here's the timing. Ooh, that hat was looking submissive there from Moves, but he's going to be out of line of sight, and the rest of Winthrop are just going to take elbow. Infiltrator finds an ankle. Governor's going to back him up, but there is a judge lurking about Ange in the corner. You're going to have to deal with them if you're Winthrop 3 versus 3. They've got to convert these rounds, and just the better timed swings, they're more synchronized better than ever.
10 seconds left.
That means Wildfire has to save this with the Bucky, not going to happen. So Winthrop are on the board.
Yeah, a great round for Winthrop University, even despite the kind of hurting that we saw Maryville kind of usher them into. We see Winthrop University engage there, and this is the most important thing about this Winthrop University game plan, is they need their members just to be able to take the gunfights. We saw a lot of hesitation on that last map. Sure, utility can kind of help, but you wait out the wave of Maryville University, and then usually Winthrop should be good in just the raw gunfight, like we saw in that last round. But Winthrop had a rifle advantage going up against pistols, and so that could really swing things around. It's going to be an excellent 0 point to at least get the information of where Giza is set up. That Viper's wall is doing an excellent job at slowing down the push. There's so many different angles now that Winthrop have to kind of clear before they can even make their way to looking at the site.
I'm out of here. And you feel a lot more liberated if you're Winthrop after disabling a lot of that Sentinel util, but you stack up high-low. Ali deals with the problem. Now you cut off on Market, a big win for Governor, and this is more of the pace we were hoping to see Winthrop at, and they're covering all their bases, and you get to plant. Still playing from main. Viper wall won't be able to be used, so Winthrop are gonna get ahead of the game, even swinging out through Market, but Ange have the smoke to help them rotate towards the top site here, but Winthrop only have 1 or 2 within it. Governor looking for his 3rd or 2nd, and hey, Ange just taking this 1 step at a time. Paranoia out through the other side of the pillar. Little crossfire, and Ali gets dealt with, but eventually Infiltrator comes out on top.
And that's going to be Winthrop University tying up the map 2-2 now. Economy, it's still not looking the best coming in from Winthrop University, but that time around, a lot of those fights just kind of came down to just taking the duel together. A lot of things kind of could get popped here. You see Giza has the Annihilation as well. Definitely probably wanted to use it on that last round, but it's just the double swing, the up-down that helps them win it out. And this time we're seeing Winthrop effectively trade off of one another, making sure that they don't allow Maryville players to just kind of find these multi-kills that we've been seeing on these previous times. Just mitigate the bleeding on those single out-of-position kills, and things can start to cook a little bit more. Ange just on this angle, readies that Paranoia, but immediately has to go back. Well, this time, it's going to be Chloric alongside Giza, playing off that wall to get this additional space just outside of A.
Glyph really likes to take those risks. First, he was peeking through a one-way placed by Maryville over at A. They ditch that. They keep Maryville's attention, and it's through the Market side yet again. A 2-3 split this time from Winthrop. Annihilation didn't seem to have caught Governor. Or no, it did get Ali, though. And Governor is just going to back him up. Won't be able to free his friend. Not enough bullets or damage to do so. And that gives a chance for Maryville to maybe restabilize here on the flank. But Winthrop know exactly where it's coming from.
Man, and on top of that too, Governor goes down, doesn't have enough bullets, and then gets flanked, dropping rifles, making this a very real round for Maryville University.
The recon, okay, getting the ping on Renz is something, or on Infiltrator, I should say, doesn't matter. Lights out, Renz down, 6 feet under, good swing from Wildfire. But now Winthrop are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a little bit of spaghetti being dropped on the floor, but Winthrop University, they now find themselves at 3 rounds, which was 1 more than the last map. So things are on track. And we see a bit of uncomfortability. We see those timings that Maryville University have been setting themselves up for. But a big question I have right now is how much of that aura that Chloric is kind of losing that's really slowing down Maryville University here. Because Chloric currently doesn't have any kills. Obviously playing the Viper, playing that controller, you want to be a little bit more tame about how you're pushing things through. Wildfire, though, opens it up with a kill very early on onto Glyph, which should shut down a majority of the smoke pressure that can come in from Winthrop.
Maryville have been really good at reading the playbook from Winthrop and taking positions to try and surprise them, just like that top mid spot with the first blood. And Infiltrator will try to push Renz, but this time he has a Bucky, and this time he has a friend. And Winthrop lose such an important pillar to this team. Infiltrator lacking the speed, the spikes in mid. Hey, at least Market is being pushed by Winthrop. It's a good win. The spike goes to take a duel. You're really worried if you're Governor, but at least you go in as a squad. And Ali in a 1 versus 2 has an isolated duel, but Korg wins it with the classic.
Not how you expected that round to kind of play out there. Nice little round coming out from Maryville University. You know, they're able to get those 2 rifles as well. Just kind of a barnyard brawl in middle. But yeah, I mean, they walk out with it. Winthrop University, though, they've got all the ultimates in the world. All 5 of them are going to be online for this. And what's really interesting to me is that they're going to be going up against that Hunter's Fury. And To be fair, we saw QOR do disgusting things with the Hunter's Fury previously, but I'm still anticipating that Wildfire should have some pretty good opportunities. Rens with the overdrive, don't expect to see that one. Given this bargain bin buy, I do think that Winthrop University should invest a little bit here just to secure this round, to regain some of the momentum that they had acquired.
Wildfire looked like he's in a prime sniping position for the Hunter's Fury, and that will be brought out to help support Giza within the site. It's got Winthrop all scattered. The barrier is going to block the exit for Infiltrator, as at least they're going to be cohesive through elbow. Giza will be in the corner with the Stinger, and that's what's going to hurt Winthrop if they don't address it. Infiltrator may just hold the Guardian, hold the angle, so that the rest of Winthrop maybe can pick another option, but with how deep Cloric is at B, Maryville are very comfortable with their read on the round.
Ooh. Nice little pick here. Suddenly makes a little bit tempting as Cloric walking. Oh no, Cloric.
Oh my God.
That's a painful thing to see if you are Winthrop University, especially after Infiltrator is able to find that first pick. You assume that Maryville should be rotating towards A, but instead, it's just that Viper on your flank.
Having the reclear is so painful, and Infiltrator is doing the Lord's work here over at A, but it's a 2-stack. You gotta break up, and Ali gets his one. Infiltrator falls over an elbow, and it's a spike here versus 3.
10 seconds
and it's
left.
Winthrop who just aren't activating their alerts. Reclearing gets shut down by a misread. Cloric on the flank, and Winthrop get a taste of their own medicine.
Okay, well, here we go. Winthrop University, unfortunately losing that last round. They only used Infiltrator's ultimate there. Thought it was going to be a bit more explosive. Expected a bit more of a brawl just in front of them. And instead, nice and tempered. You see that backstep happen from Maryville University, understanding the aggression that Winthrop tried to do. And then Cloric, of course, on the flank, finds the perfect timing to kind of pop out there. And it's this destabilization that they talked about on the desk, which once again, Winthrop University struggled to deal with on that round. Infiltrator, though, with that operator, takes Giza out, and suddenly things might be a little bit easier to explore around the map.
Like, Maryville is just not expecting these peeks through the one-way, but then Winthrop just counter with their own smoke, and they just step on through, and you get caught with a cage in your hand. At least Winthrop back each other up, bail each other out. And Infiltrator bought the op too, which you don't see every day on an attacking side like this. And look, we got alert going. There's Ali over on the left, and they just make the call for B.
And this is really interesting because I think Ali was positioned there simply just to watch if Cloric walks out. And look at that read, so strong, understanding what's going on here. Cloric under a lot of pressure.
It's a pretty deep pit, though, so Cloric is going to be very accessible, and Ali hunts. Cloric is just better.
Okay.
The 1-2, you can try to outnumber him, but you just never can outgun him. Cloric is so consistent from game to game, and Winthrop from plan A to plan B to plan C. There's not a third site, but you just got to go back to the plan that seemed to work, which is going to A. Now activating the speed here from Infiltrator, clears out the site. You'll have a plant. Do they know the flank is forming, though? Maryville are coming in from behind. Okay, first contact from Wildfire. Even with full util, the recon will look at the reveal on Infiltrator. No, but shots will reveal Infiltrator. He'll reposition, could get the upper hand against Wildfire. We'll tag him. He's gonna dress now. The bigger problem, and it's Cloric. The big MVP for that roster. Infiltrator has to become the hero, wants to prevent the spike from being planted, and I thought he had the read on Cloric. It just peeks into a sight line.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because you see the spike go down. It's not planted for that rotation around, but you know what is happening. You see Infiltrator try and take a timing. Maybe Cloric's coming from spawn, can run out there, catch him off guard, find that kill, but instead it's 2 people on the flank that just completely catches Infiltrator off guard. And so Maryville University stands strong. Cloric now up to 7 kills and only climbing. The operator, a great opening here, but they were just simply not expecting the level of aggression from this Viper. Just chips passing into night, and Cloric finds 2 kills there. The kill on the Glyph should not have happened. They should have been able to shut the Viper down, and that is really the linchpin in how that round fell apart. Maryville University looking to be aggressive yet again out of here. as a Glyph gets caught in that grab net and just utiled all the way down into the afterlife.
Wow.
As it's spray down.
Hey, Maryville, wow. Okay, Infiltrator just bulldozes everyone. I thought Maryville had the ultimate crossfire, and Ange was respecting that space, and Maryville just reinforced the left side, and Infiltrator comes out on top, but with 8 HP, he's hemorrhaging it. You need moves now to explore the defender's spawn to kind of maybe seal the deal. This Renz will be on his way, loud and proud, just needs the one bullet, surely. An Infiltrator slides by his defenses and clutches around for Winthrop.
How do we describe Infiltrator? Oh yeah, explosive. And that was an Infiltrator round and a half. Despite the crunch, despite all of the util happening, all of the information given away, somehow Infiltrator able to almost 360 himself around to find 3 kills there, allowing that round to happen. And then Moobs finally getting set up to play a little bit more of a lurk. One of the things that I love seeing Moobs on that Sentinel play, it all gets set up perfectly to make sure that Winthrop University win the round. Infiltrator is starting to heat up, and that very well might be the win condition here for Winthrop University. As Toric meets his maker, Infiltrator finding the faster timing.
That's a huge pick for Infiltrator, and on a better buy, you want to not only get back into this game, but really make Maryville pay for it. An Infiltrator ramping up. He's going to check out A, and this has been a smoke exchange that Ange has been really trying to hold to this corner. And with a judge, it's going to be the firepower he needs to maybe put Winthrop down for good. He's going to be detected, though. Winthrop have to be careful, because didn't he bring out the judge last time, too, on Haven? But they're going to see this coming this time. Winthrop going to try and outnumber him. But wait, with the blind up, it's crazy! Converts 2, caught reloading, and Glyph wastes no time putting down Ange.
Wow, we're in a 3v3 again. Given the fact that Maryville University have the weaker buy here, I would like to point out that Giza does have an annihilation. We see now Winthrop University trying to take a little bit more space towards mid. Left. It's the group up of Renz and Wildfire, meanwhile, on the other side of the site. This timing could be great if they're able to crunch and take out Renz and Wildfire.
Maryville have a good read to watch, and oh, the quick flick onto Infiltrator, and as the dust settles, Glyph still remains with a spike in hand. And Giza will be on his way. 1v1 situation, Vandal versus the Stinger, but annihilation, just sails right by Glyph. No contact, but also reveals where Giza could be coming from. Of course, the top of the site. An option as well. Glyph is just going to rely on reestablishing his smokes with the delay. The Giza, but spotted the fate and spots him for the tie. 5-5. Winthrop are back in.
That almost felt like a ranked play that I just kind of see there with Giza just kind of Hail Marying where the annihilation goes into. Would have liked to see a little bit more scouting out just to get a better idea. Make sure that that lands. You're in a 1v1 scenario. You land that, you secure the round. But somehow and walks away with a double kill still. It feels like the timing for Winthrop University on these swings is like 1 second in between each individual member, which is perfect for that judge. Perfect to make sure that you're able to secure maximum value. So somehow it worked out extremely well for Maryville, but this time around, it's going to be the no command activated court, feeling a lot of pressure. This Wildfire lets this Hunter Series go and finds Glyph.
Oh my God, the pressure is outstanding from Wildfire. Gives a leg up to Maryville. Position for Renz, the double kill at the front, and Winthrop just cut at the heel before they could take over the site.
Wow.
Last round in the half.
A lot of that stuff about playing together, you know, clearing things together, making sure that you're swinging with your friends, just didn't happen. I mean, there were so many angles on that site that simply were not cleared. People were looking in that same direction, which allowed this kind of crazy crossfire to get set up where individual members of Maryville University are able to find timings on Winthrop. That is a hard round to lose, especially after you kind of find that clutch from Glyph. And here we go. It's last round in this half here. It is a weird buy coming in from Winthrop University.
Yeah, another one
down.
from Renz. Oh my God, another first blood. Just there's so much good mid control from Maryville. No smokes, no problem. But wait, Infiltrator, he knows how to swing around back in Winthrop's favor, but just didn't get enough support from the rest of the squad. Governor holds the spike in a safe position. Moves doesn't have initiator util to reinforce infiltrator in that moment, so they'll have to fall back right into the sidelight of Ange.
And Ange has been doing so well at holding this angle. Governor taking the first little bit of contact there, so Ange will back off. Take a look though, Ange just going to yield the space if necessary. They can kind of push this together. Ange can escape thanks to the ultimate.
Okay, Reeves is gonna hold his line despite the paranoia, Spike getting tapped in. Ange would rather just deal with moves, at least at A main. And of course, Caloric is now gonna disrupt things down where moves was, so Ange gets to combine here with Caloric, try to double swing together. Governor has the Hunter's Fury, but he can't pull this out alone. So he just has to buy time. Just out-rotate the other two. Oh, just spotted the cross, but couldn't take the shot. The spike's getting diffused, and Governor does not have sidelines for this whole post plan. Oh my God. No, not like this.
No.
Switching sides.
Governor had the read. He had the read going all the way back into the back of sight there. Gets a nice little angle as well. Assumes that it's going to be just aggression coming through, but is able to take all that space for free. Perfect to set up a Hunter's Fury. It's going to be so difficult for the members of Maryville to swing around over, and yet still does just assumes that it's going to be a fake tap, which honestly might not have been the wrong call in the moment, but falls apart at the end there, just the stick coming through. And still, Infiltrator, 15 kills on the board, really trying to pull Winthrop University through this. And yet Maryville, it's so even across on their side. They're playing well together. They're swinging off of each other. They're making sure that they are effectively trading. And right now that feels like it's more than enough to topple Winthrop University.
Longest recon of all time. Not gonna see where that Sentinel is. Gonna smoke off market. Maryville just trying to sell the fake, and sure enough, they got the attention of 3. You'll keep Wildfire behind, while the rest of Maryville gonna just follow through on what Caloric is discovering over at A. And hey, even getting that first pick, Winthrop know there's rotations coming through. Not able to withstand, I guess. And then you got Caloric also wrapping from behind Winthrop, but does Caloric really want to push the envelope? That's a great paranoia that hits Infiltrator, but he's within the smoke. He's gonna drop down. You got Maryville thinking they have a sense of security after not hearing anything off the paranoia, and the spike is down. And Caloric gave them confidence that this was pushable, and Infiltrator takes over.
Yeah, another Infiltrator round, 3 kills that time around, but really just living up to his name there. Is able to just worm the way onto site, make it so uncomfortable. Caloric took so much space and suddenly has to recall to try and pressure it, allowing the rest of Winthrop University to push in towards him. It's so unfortunate because I also feel like we're not seeing the KO get that much value for Winthrop University. Ali is consistently kind of getting picked off here. And I know that we highlighted Ali as the ultimate flex player, someone who is not only just providing such good utility for the team, but also able to frag out. And unfortunately, Ali has been having a bit more of a quiet time, and that has made things so much more difficult for Winthrop University, given how much Maryville University love using their utility to make these fights so much easier.
Wow, just the market push does work out with classics in hand. It's not too bad, but it's not a weapon you can really claim as the party is heading towards A, and Caloric just wins his one, and an important one as Governor's walking down all the way at B main, just trying to think that it was really quiet. And you had all the action from Maryville at B, not expecting that lurk from Caloric, but surely Winthrop can shut this down. No, Infiltrator is down for the count, and that's been the hero for the defense. Maryville will get the spike down, and Brent's is about to get a free kill here. Gets the heads up on Ali. And it's all up to Moobs, and he's been incredible anchor through the history of Winthrop. How will he pull this through? Kind of a split approach from Maryville, and just gets found by Ange, and it's the thrifty 2 for Maryville.
Yep, they're able to walk away with it. It's Once again, not good. The 2 times we've seen Winthrop University win out a pistol round, Maryville immediately get the other. It really feels like at this point, Infiltrator kind of has a bit of carry syndrome. Like, oh my goodness, I need to play out of my mind. I need to just engage. I need to find kills as much as possible to let the rest of my team win. And it's causing some of these moments where Infiltrator is sticking around just a little bit too long and kind of losing his life a bit early there. I think that Outlaw on that last time was a good example of it. Just a bit too aggressive as Cloric holds down this line as a triple push comes through.
Oh, wait, the Paranoia makes contact and Glyph is gonna follow it up.
Where's the follow-up?
Oh, the Molly delays things. Allie didn't want to just feed the bear, and now you're feeding Maryville even more. That is insane. Infiltrator, at least the delayed swing, eventually gets the one on the board that Winthrop were looking for, but at what cost? At the cost of the entire team. And
oh my goodness.
All right, he's swift.
I said that it was where I said where's the follow-up. Actually, it's because Andrew's just watching the angle. Extremely well played by Maryville.
Moves this left. Oh wow. Okay, that was really quick. Nice shot though. 9-6, and now it's really do or die for Winthrop.
Yeah,
hoping you're gonna have a good buy coming up because it's match point. It's series point for Maryville.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, this is your map pick. You want to see you pick yourself up a little bit off of how that first map went. And to be fair, we have seen that resurgence kind of come through. Infiltrator has really stepped it up these last couple of rounds in order to make sure that Winthrop University win. But it really feels like the team is just not functioning as a cohesive unit. The Winthrop University that we really would have expected to see today. Meanwhile, Maryville, like, they're firing on all cylinders. Infiltrator, though, with a very early pick here to shut down Renz and try and take back some of those first bloods.
Yeah, that I feel like Maryville could use util there. You know, you have the Paranoia, you have Ange in position, even just blind the one side. Infiltrator just, you isolated the one angle with the wall, but gets picked, and now the wall breaks up Maryville's follow-up, so they're at a disadvantage yet again with Wildfire holding the Outlaw and trying to drone up. We'll see close B. Now you need to scout through the back site here and holding his moves. It's an important round for Winthrop to win with just where the score is, where the economy is. Nally will have a flash, but where is the support for Infiltrator? Where is Winthrop trying to retake? Allie has to make the call. Giza get a heads up, headshot, and make it 3, leaving Governor to make up for past rounds. And he's about to swing into 2. The firing squad, you can't kill both, and you can't kill either. Double digits now for Maryville.
Once again, it's just looking so clean coming in from Maryville University. It's so crazy to kind of see how Challengers has really unfolded itself at this point. We are going to be seeing Winthrop University now taking their time out. I think this is a really good move given the amount of pressure, as you've described, being stacked onto them. But it's like Maryville come in here as a team that kind of make it in because some of the other teams unfortunately drop out of Challengers, opening up a couple of spaces. Maryville University is one of those teams that walks in. Maryville University is one of the top teams in this split thus far. Either Winthrop or Maryville, they both need just one win to secure their spot in playoffs and joining Collegiate Academy. And currently, it's really looking like Maryville will be the second team to secure their spot in playoffs, which is unbelievable given the fact that they weren't even in Challengers for Split 2. What a resurgence from this team, and they are making it look so damn good.
Yeah, I was thinking Winthrop had a chance here too. When in week 3, when they went to this map, they lost 13-8 to Collegiate Academy. So I think just even being that close on Sunset against the best should say a lot. But we'll see. Maryville can actually get to the finish line, because that's the thing. Can't count out the Infiltrator factor of dropping 20 kills here.
Yeah, right? It's kind of crazy. Once again, like, it's the 21 kills. The next highest person on Winthrop University only has 9, and that is Governor. It's so crazy just how much Infiltrator has been just doing all of the reps here. But once again, it feels like when it comes to the level of team play that is going on, it's just an outclass by Maryville University. Winthrop University look like they're a little bit out of it today, if I'm being completely honest with you. A lot of the stuff that we expect to see out of this team in some of those, like, you know, clearing the corners, flashing things out and pushing through, playing off of Infiltrator's space, the pieces aren't fitting as well together. And I don't know whether or not this is just because they're going up against Maryville and feel that enormous amount of pressure given what happened to them last time, or if this is just one of those off days.
Definitely feeling like an off day. And Winthrop are still integrating maybe those new players to adjust to their style. And no, Governor Shirley, just get the one, get the one. Oh, what? That's a 0. And Maryville now get 2 kills. That's bigger than 0, and that means a spike getting planted very soon. Okay, Ali lines one up. Thought Moobs could have held the angle for a second, but I'm just hard coping at this point. Maryville about to get up to 11. This is the danger zone. And look at this post plan. He got the barrier up. You already have a read on the market push from Winthrop before they could even develop. And Glyph has tried to be that playmaker in the past from his flanks on Haven.
Wow.
To a quick flick there against Wildfire, but knows that this is just going to be so impossible to retake. Paranoia, you got to wait for the barrier to expire. Want to save your bullets where you can, and I guess you're just going to go down with the ship at this point.
Yeah, look, the hunt is on right now, but with just looking to find a timing here. Here's somebody out here with a knife. Yeah, is able to at least find one. Will just die to the spike, denying Cloric from getting the Viper's Pit back online. But exactly like you said, Maryville University find themselves at 11 now and really show no sign of slowing down. They just need 2 more rounds to win this one out and secure their spot in the playoffs. Look at the ultimates that they're bringing to the board right now. Cloric only needs 1 more ultimate orb before they have a suite of 5 ultimates ready to go. An unbelievable shot there by Cloric as well. Just the awareness to know where Infiltrator might be hanging out, finds the headshot wallbang, and yeah, it's looking tough from Winthrop University. We're seeing once again Infiltrator pull out this operator, but nothing short of a miracle right now would help bring Winthrop University back into this map.
It's not going to be at the site where it all happens, and Maryville rain it down with the Hunter's Fury at a distance and destabilize Winthrop. Now the flank could happen here for Governor, but he has to get a move on. Winthrop are going to hold their line as best as they can. Maryville coming through the elbow side, and Glyph on an island with 1 HP. And Governor's flank will not give a chance to Infiltrator. Still has the op through the top side. It's not going to be easy. But he could do anything. Surely he's going to pop the ult on the wall to try and isolate the one. Not going to happen. Maryville 1 step away from getting the playoffs.
The casting time on the everything that Infiltrator kind of uses there. You know, popping the ultimate, setting up the fast lane, all of it is just a couple of seconds there, allowing for a bit of timing. But once again, somehow these Hunter Furies have been insane for Maryville University. Still, Governor not able to really find a lot of pressure, not able to find a good kill in the backline there to really make that round possible. And now Winthrop University, they are on match point from losing this one out. Ren starting us off with an excellent click on the Glyph.
He's just so good at these first bloods, but Winthrop will go out kicking and screaming if they need to, and Ali gets kidnapped by the Annihilation. Oh, and moves. Beautiful double kill. What a flank from Cloric. He'll be after moves. And then you have the same flank from Infiltrator, and who will find value? It's Cloric knocking at the door of the win, and Infiltrator has to save the team, but he's done what he could. He dropped 20 kills, but he can't drop 2 more. 13-6 for Maryville, and they're playoffs bound.
An unbelievable performance coming in from Maryville University. I mean, it is definitely one of those off days for Winthrop University. We expect to see quite a bit from this squad, and yet Maryville just looked like they were outclassing their collegiate companion by a mile. 13-2 on Haven and 13-6 on Sunset. This is definitely one of those squads that you're going to have to look out for, and I cannot highlight the importance of Cloric being such an important change to the Maryville roster, making sure to secure so many kills for the team, but consistently call excellently. Renz as well on that Duelist, like we talked about, doesn't play those flashy moments, plays with the team, plays on those opportunities, finding so much value on those first bloods. It was just an outclass from Maryville completely through and through. It wasn't really a collegiate clash. It felt more like a collegiate smackdown from Maryville University in this lineup.
Yeah, what a bloodbath, but excellent calling just from early to mid-round, and just the reactions to Winthrop when they were trying to flank, shutting it down every single time. To at least Infiltrator got to an agent that I think suited his playstyle. We wanted to see how explosive he could be and drop at 20 kills. He did his job for sure, but Winthrop are still getting the pieces. Obviously, there's the individual talent is there, but how they come together will hopefully develop, or they will miss out on playoffs and their chance of getting into Ascension. But I'm excited to hear from the desk here very soon and an interview with Maryville, so stay tuned.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
The Collegiate clash to figure out the first Collegiate team to make a spot into the playoffs. As of recent history, it's been Maryville University on top, and that's going to be a history that continues to this day. 2-0 in the series after an exceptional 2 games by them. I mean, Roy, looking back at this match, like, we've had so much praise from Maryville University, and like, yeah, every little bit of it deserved. This was crazy.
Yeah, before I get into that, Ash, have you noticed how much happier Sierra looks when she knows she's right and we're gonna get to it eventually, and then the show starts and she's all smiles? Have you noticed the difference, the night and day difference between those two things? I certainly have, and I can't wait to hear about it in a little bit. But Sierra, you are right. That was actually a really good showing by Marville University. We sang their praises. It came to life. They looked phenomenal. But I also can't help but feel like from the beginning to end, it really did feel like Marville University just had their number. Like it feels like every defensive call, every offensive call was just like perfectly in line with like what Winthrop University was thinking. So like they're in their heads. I think MCE, I think Chloric, they're dialed in, they're locked in, guys.
I feel like that's an understatement, honestly, when you're looking back at these matches. Like, this was just crazy. I mean, Ash, even going into this second map, I mean, it was closer than the first one, but still, Maryville University, like, seeing the ideas that they brought in a Winthrop University that sometimes seemed to kind of fall apart. Like, it was such a night and day.
Yeah, and I think the crazy thing too is like where they end up falling apart is like very similar to just how Haven actually kicked off, like winning out that pistol round, losing their anti-eco to a Maryville that loves to go for that force up if they do manage to get that spike planted, and then just carrying on that momentum from there. And I feel like it is pretty disappointing for me to see how much of a stomp today was. It really didn't feel like that was the Winthrop that we knew in the server. Maryville, though, they just came out better on the day, whether it was in the fragging department or the way that they were looking to approach the map and that mid-rounding. I think something that was consistent across both maps was a lot of those timings and those lurks that Chloric had as well. We saw a little bit more of that conditioning with it, I think, on Sunset due to that Viper roll, and then trying to bait out some of those pushes on those ecos from Winthrop and having a lot of those good anti-plays. Mainly looking towards Ange with the paranoia to try and counter some of those aggressive moves that Winthrop were looking to make defensively. But I think it's just tough. Like, you look at the scoreboard right now, Roy, and it's like Infiltrator did manage to pop off, but like, yo, where is the team?
No, I think this is one of those rare moments where like there's just so many underperformances happening by Winthrop University that have like lined up on top of themselves that it's just a really unfortunate day. It's either that or Maryville University has played phenomenally. I'm willing to bet it the truth is somewhere in the middle. I feel like Maryville University passed the test, like in terms of their macro, in terms of their micro. They were just so on point. And I think the first kills, first deaths really represent that. And I think that with the clutches as well as how it felt like Maryville University was sort of in the driver's seat from the beginning of the round all the way until the clutches or all the way until the late round scenarios. It really did feel like Maryville University was just, they're on top of it, whereas Winthrop University, it looked like those cracks in the armor were really showing today.
For Maryville, I mean, this is such a good look for them to have too. Now, this was the qualifying match into playoffs. They're officially in, but considering at the beginning, considering at the beginning of the stage, they didn't quite have the full team with Chloric being MIA to then Chloric comes onto the roster and is up against Qbert. I mean, come on, it's Qbert on the opposing end. To then now see how they're all able to play today. I mean, Roy, I think this is just like you're looking at Maryville University, second team that's qualified into the playoffs, and it is terrifying for anyone else out there.
They just look so like well constructed. Like they're just a very well-oiled machine, and it feels like they have no real weaknesses in any of their roles. Like all the players are peak form right now. They're all playing extremely well. The calling's on point. The meta interpretations are on point. Their pivots from their comps are just so well timed. Like everything is just lining up perfectly for Maryville, and it certainly helps when everyone's popping off. And of course, Chloric being back and him having such a phenomenal performance has just made things so much easier for Maryville. And congratulations, that was really impressive. I can't lie.
I think that, like, even though we know that Maryville have been taking the wins up against Winthrop previously in the collegiate scene, it also means something different within Challengers as well, when Winthrop was regarded as one of the top teams currently within our region. And then you're looking at the wins that they were able to amass kind of over time throughout the Swiss stage, with them joining throughout stage 3, like their first match taking out Burger Boys, who is an insane roster coming into stage 3 after their success in stage 2. And how close that match was up against Qbert Academy as well. It's really giving us an idea of the distance that Maryville are now expected to almost take this going into playoffs.
Well, in the scene of Challengers, at least for right now, we have new Collegiate Kings in Maryville University. So big congratulations to them. And I'm excited to hear more from the team with none other than Chloric on the line for a little bit more insight. First, have to say big congratulations. Get introduced into Challengers, Maryville into playoffs. How's that got to feel?
It's amazing.
I just got to know, like, we've seen this matchup between you and Winthrop University, not in Challengers, but we've seen it happen quite a few times. In recent history, it's been Marville University coming out on top. So I want to know then that confidence going in today. You had that. Hello, whoever's in the background. And I just want to, hello, Giza. And I just got to know how the series played out in terms of your expectations.
I mean, we're coming in it pretty confident. Especially since like last week, we had a close nail biter, but we were able to pull through. So like, if we're able to make those comebacks from last week, we think we can win any game. So I think we just went in very confident this week. We thought it was going to be a closer match, but it is what it is. We came out confident and we won.
With expectations, it would be a closer match. We definitely thought so as well. Was this just a Marville University difference on the day? Like, if you guys feel like you've really leveled up, like, where was such a difference coming from?
I think we got really good map vetoes, luckily. So I think it worked out in our favor, obviously. So that was, I think, the difference making today.
And you're back on the roster now, which is neither your MIA for the first couple of weeks, and then obviously you get introduced into Challengers, and it's up against Qbert. So I want to know from your end if there is any kind of nerves after that, or if it's just like, all right, hit the server, like, it's Qbert, we'll get the next one.
Well, after playing Qbert, like, we made a lot of mistakes. So like, it made me more confident, realizing that we made this many mistakes and so like won a map and made the third map. Like, it should have been closer than what it was, in my opinion. But like after that, I'm like, we could like win this whole thing. So we just work hard the rest of the split. Like, we're 100% gonna like be able to make playoffs, maybe be a top team. So that's what we went into like the next 2 weeks.
I love to hear that. And last but not least, I mean, it was really cool being able to see the two collegiate teams face off. And the fact that you guys are facing off at these 3-1 records, and it's been so strong for these teams. I mean, I just want to hear from you of like the strength of these collegiate teams being able to compete in this tier 2 space and like what it means. Like,
I think the collegiate's always like a good way. The people that can't compete, like, they have to get a job, but they can still compete, or like collegiate is a good option to path to pro, in my opinion, right now, especially with Marville and Winthrop, like being the top programs, giving like all these players, my teammates, Winthrop, like opportunities just to like keep going and make it tier 1.
Able to have those opportunities and see it come to light now is super exciting. And Clark, best of luck in the playoffs and congrats on this win. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For us, I mean, another team qualified into the playoffs. Wonderful to see. One more on the day. It's going to be a matchup between QOR and Envy after a short break, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. I hope you are ready because we have qualified one more team into the playoffs and now another face down between QOR Gaming and Envy to find out what other team will claim their spot today. I mean, getting into this matchup, it is a team that we know is one of the top teams in Challengers in Envy, a very known quantity. And Roy, on the opposing end, a QOR Gaming that's just looked so clean as of late.
Yeah, QOR has been very impressive. They've had a really good run this split. They've taken some great wins. Their only loss has been to Qbert, which honestly, looking back on Qbert's match history, looks like they've had some pretty insane matches. So shout out to them. But yeah, QOR Gaming, only loss versus Qbert. Envy, they've had a very unstoppable streak that has ended recently versus Qbert. Now I'm just invested to know, like, how is Envy going to bounce back from that harsh loss? You know, are they going to overthink things? And also, you know, how's QOR feeling? They must be feeling great. The momentum that they have from their previous wins, they've looked dominant against some really good teams recently. So I'm just curious to see how these two things are going to clash today.
Let's talk about QOR Gaming first, and specifically what we've gotten to see throughout this stage. Because Ash, going into this team, like, there is some really strong players here that we've gotten to see throughout the year, and now, like, everyone together, like QOR Gaming, like, this has been their stage so far. I'm excited to see that hopefully continues today.
Yeah, I think that's the big shout out, right? Is they feel like Core has silently kind of just been there consistently the last two stages, and then stage 3 is where they're making a little bit more of a name for themselves, kind of flying under the radar previously. This is always the roster that I've always been a really big fan of, especially like Darkus is a player that I've been following for such a long time, him and Nerve especially, and then Elim being that duelist that was just stunning to see, I think, in stage 1 and carrying that consistency throughout the last 3 stages overall. And I feel like Core, you're looking at those recent results, the only loss that they've had was up against that Qbert, who went 4-0 during the Swiss stage, and it was a very comfortable win up against Landor. Sure, Haven did go to that 14-12 in overtime, but overall Lotus was very clean coming out from them, and I feel like Core has just been improving every single stage.
Yeah, they're sort of that quiet horse that's like kind of grinding away while the spotlight's on Envy, while it's on Qbert. Like they've collected a lot of these players that have been slept on for a long time. They've managed to put them all together, and now they're operating on such a great level. And they just have that aura where it's like, it's so easy to underestimate them. And then you're always just so disappointed by the results when you realize that Core actually is a really good team. And by the time you realize that they're actually a really good team, it's kind of like, oh my God, they're about to make playoffs. They're 3-1, and they're having a phenomenal run so far. So yeah, great roster. I feel like every player on this team has a lot to offer, and I'm just I want to see the test versus Envy.
Especially too for Core. I mean, after Kess got picked up and make it into the big leagues, I mean, I was curious with where the roster is going to bounce back, but this is still looking strong. I'm excited to see it carry on because there is a lot of strength on this team. And someone that we wanted to talk about when you're talking about that strength, Roy, was talking about Logan first and foremost. Like the impact he's able to make out there has been really, really strong. Like, look at the arms crossed, like Mr. Dependable over here, you know?
Okay. I like the pose, okay? I like the pose. It's a good pose, but I think this player is literally the definition of like the duelist to sentinel pipeline. Like he's a former duelist. He played a lot of these like high impact roles, and now he's put on this and this kind of like the sentinel role where it's like realistically, it's almost the same as like a duelist. It's just a different kind of pacing and timing, right? Where like you're taking a lot of mechanical fights, a lot of your sort of resolutions are happening mechanically, not so much with util. And there's you have to really figure out how to anchor sites when all the utils coming in, and there's a lot of like in the moment decision making that you have to make. So it kind of makes sense that this player is sort of popping off in this sentinel role, because I mean, he's grinded in the duelist role and then swapping over to sentinel. It's just it transitions very naturally. So yeah, great player. It shows in his stats as well with his first kill, first stats ratios. He's having a great job in openers overall, and I feel like he's a really good piece of this team, and he kind of adds that sort of high firepower dynamic on the either solo anchor or solo lurking.
It's like what you bring up every time you see a player that will sometimes play duelist, then go into the sentient. It's like, just because you're on the sentinel role doesn't mean all of a sudden you can't get these kills anymore. You can't still make that impact and get those high kills. I feel like every time we see Giza, you're bringing up the same thing. And yeah, again, the same conversation with Logan. So Core, I mean, they have people that can shoot on all angles, and I'm excited to see how this team steps up to the plate up against, again, one of the top teams that we have here in Challengers, one that has taken a very recent stumble. I mean, Ash, when you're looking at that qualifying game up against Qbert, it's been an Envy that 2 stages, they've gone flawless throughout Swiss, and that was broken last week.
Yeah, it was. And not just broken. I feel like you look at the first 2 maps, you're like, okay, it was a decently close affair. But then going into Corrode, being that 13-3 has got to hurt. And I think that's what I have my eyes on. Is it's not like Envy have not faced up against any losses in the past. It's happened during the playoff stage, during stage 1, right? But it's never really been a loss that devastating for any of like the maps that they've played. It's always been much closer, and I think that's where we kind of wonder what the bounce back is going to look like, because it was such a dominating 3rd map to close it out in favor of Qbert. And I do want to give credit, though. I do think that this is a point in time where we're seeing Envy doing some of the most experimentation that we've also seen. This is a team that's always walked to the beat of their own drum. They kept their own compositions consistent throughout the first 2 stages, not changing anything up, and just playing what was comfortable for them and not leaning into the meta. And now they have Kane flexing onto some agents that we haven't really seen before in officials, flexing onto the controller role at times here as well, and seeing how that kind of I think additional depth that they've been looking at on the side of Envy have also just been maybe affecting their ability to perform as they look to try and get a better read on the meta and how they want to slot in.
I think those are actually really good points, Ash. Whenever you're on like a meta island, I feel like it's really easy to, just some things just don't go as as planned. Like some things just aren't working as well as you thought. There's also a lot of understanding of the maps that are happening on Crowd, and it's just easy to have things not go your way. And I think we know it's really unfortunate that we saw that happening in their last series. But what are the odds of this team that has been so dominant have 2 off games in a row? Like I feel like the odds of that is just so random, and I feel like they're looking for their rebound, and a win against a nice decisive win against QOR will just bring them right back on track.
The later we go on into the stage, the tougher the teams get. So I definitely think for Envy, a bounce back here would be nice from the team, because it would only get more difficult from here on out. But Envy, they have young players that are capable of these bounce backs, and players that have been really stepping up as of late. I mean, looking at Ion, even in this loss last week going up against Qbert, when you look across the series as a whole, Roy, I mean, Ion, even just the last few weeks, like we've known Ion to be a good player, but he has just been on one as of recently. And even in their loss, putting up very strong numbers.
Now, Ion is actually a beast, and I feel like the only reason why we don't talk about him as much is because Kane's his performance is just so over the average of top players that it's like kind of hard to talk about Ion sometimes. But you only really notice how insane Ion is when Kane's starts to have like a slight dip in performance, and then you realize that Ion's been that consistent performer for this team. Like he's been at the top almost every single match. He's a controller player. His utility's on point, especially for a young player. His fundamentals are so well drilled. You don't often see him make a lot of mistakes. And in terms of like his natural intuition for team play, like trading, spacing, crossfires, all that stuff, it feels like it comes so naturally to him at such a young age that his skill ceiling is just getting higher and higher and higher by the day.
Which is exciting to see for this team too. I love that you have like these more like veteran players, and then you have all these younger players that really been able to like hone their skill throughout all of Challengers. And you got to talk about the other young player on the team. The reason why Ion sometimes gets overshadowed in this role, and compare and contrast with Alum. I think, Ash, when I look at Alum, like Alum's such a strong player, but again, when you're going head to head with Kane, I mean, it's a tough one.
It definitely is. And I think that you also look at their agent pools being like slightly different there as well. I think for Alum, okay, listen.
Crazy.
Listen, okay, it's very different. It is very different. I say slightly only because Kane has started to pick up the neon, something that we didn't really see previously, but more that's a newer agent for him as far as like seeing that in official, something that we didn't really see being pulled out at all during the first 2 stages. But overall, then there's still the overlap with the Jet, the neon there, really the Yoru, he contests that with Eggster, but it's very different roles, right? For Kane, we know him most on like the Phoenix and the ISO, I feel like, and you're not playing that kind of dive style that Alum leans into, and instead you have to be a little bit, I say careful with scaling, but like when does it ever really look like Kane is trying to be careful? Like he's just doing his own thing, to be honest, and like frying. But then the conversation being around, I think, the agent pool as well outside of that duelist role. The fact that Kane's able to continuously put up these performances, Roy, when he's now slotting in and trying things out on that controller, mainly looking towards like the Harbor and like the Brimstone, and really not slowing down whatsoever, even when he is switching roles so drastically.
Yeah, at some point we do have to wonder, like, is this player getting drawn a little bit too thin with all these different roles, and how, obviously the way Brimstone plays on, the way ISO plays, and all like Jet, Phoenix, like all these agents just have such different pacing and styles. And I feel like there's only so much time to get reps. Like, yeah, they do play a lot of ranked games, but there's only so much scrim hours per week, right? But I think on the topic of Kane's era, guys, like we talk about a quote unquote bad performance by Kane's era, and then you look at the stats and he's got 145 ADR. Like that's who we're talking about. A bad performance for Kane is 145 ADR. Like what? It just makes no sense. And obviously that speaks volumes to the potential and sort of the expectations that we have for this player. And I just don't believe that we're going to see a double Kane's era fails in a row. I think he's going to bounce back really nicely today.
I mean, it's definitely the opportunity today. And I'd be curious then going into today when we are looking at an Envy that has tried out these different compositions where you do have your Star Duelist then picking up a controller role on some of these maps. If it is going to be an Envy that maybe goes to something a smidge more comfortable on the day, or if it's going to be an Envy that kind of stays the course because you know, it is Envy, and you do have players that can diff out in the server. That's going to be where I'm most intrigued to see. But I think a lot of it's going to depend on the map picks and bans. And getting into it, I'm curious with this one, specifically to, okay, I was kind of hoping we would get to see the run back of Corrode, because that's the one I was most curious if Envy would switch it up. But no, it's going to be Core to ban it out. First pick of the series, Ash. Core is going to be taking us to Ascent.
Okay,
Whoa.
It's kind of crazy because looking at Ascent, like that is such a good map for Envy. But Core have also had like great success on it previously as well. They also have a little bit of a different approach with how they play that double sentinel with the chamber slotting in instead of the usual cypher that you see paired with the deadlock. So that push and pull I think is going to be really interesting. And I think also the fact that you're seeing Envy choose to start out on the attacking side on Ascent, which is so uncommon. Like teams are always picking defense first because of how small the chokes are and how easy it can be to control like the pacing of the map and stall teams out. And I feel like we also see Envy often shine on defense with how Kane tries to take like that mid control, Roy. I'm really wondering why they're looking to pick into attack specifically for the first map.
Yeah, I'm also wondering the same thing, Ash, because I'm looking at the stats here and it seems like Core has 75% win rates on their defense sides. That's where they're getting a majority of their rounds. So they either must have a crazy game plan or they have some insane read. But I feel like us three specifically have seen so many matches on Ascent just get decided on that first half on defense, right? Where like a team gets 10 rounds, they get 9 rounds, and like now there's so much pressure on that pistol round. But just looking at this veto overall, guys, I can't help but feel like this is very Core sided. They have a very good Haven, they have a very good Ascent. I feel like those first 2 maps are very comfortable for Core, and they managed to get a pretty good half on the first map, and then on Haven it's really just going to come down to how they hold their defense sides. But yeah, this is a great veto for Core.
I mean, looking at that Haven, I mean, it's been so strong for Envy in the past too. I know we haven't seen too much of it this stage, but I don't know. It's going to be a great matchup, and one that going into the predictions, even if you're saying that it's a map veto that seems good for Core, etc., I still have to be going with Envy here. And I thought you had a little change of heart. Oh, okay.
I did.
Look how quirky and different you are, Roy.
Okay, you don't have to send the hate on me, okay? Just because I want to be a little bit different. I'm going to walk my own path here. I think Core is in a really good spot. After reviewing their recent matches, I think they're having a great series. They've only gotten better. Nerve has just rounded out the team in a very important way, and I'm just there's uncertainty with how Envy's going to bounce back from their former match. So hey, my eggs are on Core.
Okay, I'm gonna back Roy up here. Okay, I know it says Envy on the screen. I know it says Envy on the screen, and I still stand by that. But I nearly actually voted for Core this morning. I just really think that like with Envy, knowing these players and how confident they are just on a day-to-day basis, I do feel like despite the fact that it was a pretty brutal loss on Corrode, I can just see them looking to fully bounce back going into today's matchup. And you guys know that I also love the revenge story arc. So I got to stick to my guns here with Envy, but do not doubt the fact that I think it should be an insanely close matchup for Core and that they do also still have a chance to take this best of 3.
I think a big indication for how close this series is going to be is this very first map and that energy that Envy comes out of the gate with, and how Core is able to stop that. I think that's my biggest indication. And let's send to the agents and narrow in a little bit more on this first map. Again, when we have seen the compositions coming out, you had called out that, hey, yeah, Core, they play something a smidge different over on the Ascent, and on the day, yep, Darkest on this Deadlock Ash and Logan on the Chamber.
Yeah, I really think, okay, I'm wondering still what the game plan is for Envy. Like, they have to have something in mind to want to start on attack first. And what they're going to have to, I think, worry about a lot, too, is just Logan going for a lot of those aggressive angles, right? The importance of being able to clear out the space over towards, it could be anywhere on the map, to be honest, when it comes down to the chamber play. We know that Logan's going to be super dynamic with his positioning, and Envy having to have the heads up to be aware of how Logan's looking to contest that space.
You have a former duelist playing chamber, and he's on defense side, and he's in one of the strongest opping roles, and such a like an X factor role. It's a perfect half for him to start on to really kick things going. But my eyes are on Envy. I feel like Poppin, Exter, their util pairs extremely well into the composition that Core is running. So there's gonna be a lot of pressure on them to really fine tune their utility and get a lot of value from it. Otherwise, they could see themselves getting swept in on this attack half.
Yeah, I love the shout out on the off with the fact that we're going to be looking for Core to try to get that online as early as possible, to have Logan be that pressure to try and funnel Envy into the waiting arms of Darkest on the deadlock.
I mean, for Core, this is a team that's been rising so much throughout stage 3, up against an Envy with a little stumble last week. First map of Ascent. It's time to see what form the teams are in today with qualification on the line. Let's get to Ascent and find out with your casters. Back over to Jen and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, we got our stage 2 champs of Envy against a seemingly unbeatable Core that have a chance to do the funniest thing, Marks.
I'm not going to say there's no way, because there definitely is a way that we do actually see Core win this matchup against Envy. And the desk highlighted it well. Core have kind of been this dark horse in the race in stage 3. It feels like they've only accumulated more and more power. Whereas on the other side, Envy, well, they've just been humbled by Qbert Academy based on their last matchup, where we weren't seeing kind of the flashy play that we were kind of coming out there. But at the same time, you have to wonder, losing that last matchup, it kind of makes you think about things a little bit more. Maybe try to pay a little bit more attention and not just assume that you are the best and are going to run away with things. So this is going to be a really interesting series between these two teams, as already Logan looking down there, looking for a headshot, almost grazed his eye on there, but at least will just control that mid presence for now.
For now, I thought the song goes "Legends Never Die," but I Envy. Hey, at least they don't have the pressure of being perfect anymore, right? Because they just really have been legendary. But it's first blood for Logan, and he teleports out of danger. And the rest of Core take the mantle and are looking to take the round. It's just Poppin', but it's Alum with 3, and Envy now have been silenced in that first pistol.
And just like, wow, what an explosive start we see from Corgo there. Like, as soon as they realize what kind of is happening, they decide to pounce on Envy, and Envy don't really have the opportunity really to respond that way. It all starts off immediately when Logan is able to find that first pick, and then the rest of Core just kind of go through. And in the midst of all of that, like, it was so cool seeing them flood through with the 3-man push, because you see how they're watching all of the different angles, making sure that they're covering all of their bases to make sure that when Envy do decide to pop out, they're ready to trade. That was a statement round and a half to potentially show what we have in store for this match.
Yeah, and Roy talked about the impact that someone like Logan was going to have on the chamber. I mean, he made contact with the first kill, of course, and kind of being that former duelist on the chamber on defense, which is Core's stronger side, bodes very well. The desk talked about the strong map set for them, and I think out of all the maps that Envy, I mean, it's hard to point out a weakness, but out of all the maps that they could be weak at, I would say Ascent is one of their weaker ones. They've run so much of the ISO Yoru, the Phoenix and everything, but not as much of the Jet and not as much of this, despite this being kind of that fundamental base map that everyone should be good at. Out of anything, I think I've seen the most amount of losses from Envy on this map, but that's to say, like, very rarely.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this still is Envy, and that's one of the things that for me is really interesting. If we take a step out of the whole, like, the gameplay element of it, I want to talk about the psychology behind Envy. Ooh, strap it and get your textbooks for some notes right now. But you do kind of get this aura from this team, right? Where all these players are so confident and they're like, you know what? We are the best in Challengers. That's not even a question. And sometimes, especially with the power creep going on with the rest of the teams in Challengers, that leads to a bit of overconfidence and lack of preparation that might follow through. I don't know for sure how Envy are going about making sure that they're taking a look at what the other team runs and all of that type of stuff, but Core coming into this as the team that has something to prove and is continuing to prove what they have, I imagine they're doing a lot of preparation, a lot of just really working things out to go head to head against Envy, which is one of the strongest teams in this league. So I do wonder how some of the preparation, psychological warfare behind this matchup might be going as well. Because one of them right now, once we get through this technical pause, will find their way into the playoffs, finding their 4th win.
Yeah, we just thought Envy would have already been there by now. But hey, we actually have a new challenger that is going to try and contest Envy for the throne. This is going to be a really exciting stage. And hey, if QOR can really surprise everybody here, I mean, not surprise Roy, of course, but if they can pull this off, this would really just shake up the entire scene. And I mean, Alum's already shaken up the lobby with a 3K, and it's not like QOR slowed down at all once they got those picks. They took mid control as soon as that opened up and ran down Envy.
It's so interesting because the core composition really makes you think that they're going to be looking for those opportunities to just pounce on their enemy and find the kills really quick, right? Like, bringing in the chamber, you're expecting that long range pressure to be able to hold things down. And then Darkest as well, playing the deadlock, it is a little bit more, you try and set up these traps to allow your other members to find those kills. And of course, Alim playing the Yoru, that's a lot of teleport pressure. The question I have is, you are going up against Envy, who, like, back when they were still just the rankers, they were just known for winning because of their incredible game sense and incredible aim. That's a really hard thing to kind of contest. And I'm super curious, once again, to see how this is going to kind of clash in between them, because it might come down to a lot of that utility and how they set each other up to make sure that they find the kills necessary that will allow QOR to potentially find the upper hand here on Envy. But like, I'm talking about all this type of stuff, and at the end of the day, it still is Envy, and that they are just so good. Like Exter, Kainzera, Inspire, Ion, Poppin. I've seen all of them just have absolutely clutch rounds and turning things back around, even despite the fact that they're getting out utiled.
And for Alum to take on I guess you kind of have a pseudo second duelist with Logan in the lobby here, but Alum has to go up against Exter and Kainzera, and that's not going to be an easy feat, especially with how much experience Exter has on the Yoru. But this is also a core squad that are part of the Northwood squad over in Sea Valley of Darkest, Tuzi, and Alum, who have, if you can go through school together, and especially the collegiate scene together, those are some unshatterable bonds.
Trauma bonding at its finest, honestly.
Yeah, and well, we got some more trauma, I guess, on the side of Envy, who have disconnected from our game. So we're gonna throw it to a quick break, and we'll get our player back. are so back. We got everyone in the lobby, and it's still Core with the pistol. No restarts, no funny business, but I'm liking Logan with the Outlaw. I dreamt about this. Marks.
It came to you in a dream, and thus Logan decided to follow through on that. But no, it makes perfect sense. Like, especially with that chamber, you want him to be holding down some of these longer sight lines, and B, it looks like they're ready for this engagement on B.
Oh my god, you're trying his best to pressure through the choke, but Envy have kicked down the door. They've taken control of that boathouse, managing to also close the door, cutting off the market side. Core trying to already break that down, but I think it's already too late. You've lost nerve because they've been evicted. And Envy get the spike down. This is going to be really tough for Core to try and break through, or at least have the range. They'll have some Outlaw and our Marshall. They have the forces, but Envy have both lanes on watch. Ion's ready for the paranoia right through main. And Tuesday gets an opener. So Envy just playing their lives, not peeking unnecessarily unless it's the Duelists that have to do so, and it's still Core that managed to pay it off with patience.
Yeah, it was looking like Envy were the ones who were in the driver's seat very firmly. The flood in onto site, just the amount of bodies that were just running in, it completely overwhelmed what Core had set up. And then Logan comes in with the Outlaw. A couple of awkward timings. You see Envy decide to push up there, but Logan coming up clutch, finding 2 kills, and then the isolation makes sure that it is a winnable round. All things considered, still a decent round from Envy, given the fact that they only really bought up 2 weapons there. So we're seeing them still be able to really afford full weaponry across the board, except for Poppin, who's going to be put onto Stinger duty, which kind of is an OP gun if you ask me. But this is really going to be an interesting round, because on the other side, Alim bringing an operator, a round 3 operator for this Yoru. It feels like Core are really leaning on to the sniper matchups to try and just hold down some of these extremely long angles on this defense and catch a player or 2 off guard.
Yeah, because Core already found so much success at mid, even off the pistol. I mean, Ilum started off 3-0, so... But now he's smoked off, up close. Envy found the real estate they were hoping for, but a barrier is going to separate them on catwalk, so they're fine dealing with that. It's been good delay from the Core side, and they'll rely on Logan with the Outlaw, but most importantly, Alum with the pick. And now there's no Logan on A, so Envy may inspire themselves to try and plant over on that side, especially when you get rid of the Sentinel util, but Kane Zera is just getting ahead of the game, trying to cut off Core from getting back into mid. And speaking of cutting off, Inspire still lurks around to shoot Core in the back, knowing they're going to rotate through catwalk, but Darkest puts Inspire down to the ground, and that means Envy are not going to have the advantage anymore. Dimensional drift in round 3 from Alum. He's going to get right behind Exter and gets the kill to set up there for success, and it's Ion to save the day, but he can't do that either.
Talk about a jump scare and a half. Like, just at the last second when you're trying to win these gun duels down, and then suddenly a Yoru clone pops out in front of you, honestly saving Darkest's life, because suddenly it goes from direct bullet damage to wallbang damage. And so it was just enough to make sure that Darkest stays alive. But the real hero of that round has to be Alim playing with this operator. And it's so interesting because you see how this playstyle goes. You would expect it to be the Duelist pushing forwards, but instead it's the rest of Core flooding through to buy that space, get the information to allow the sniper rifles to really get online. And so Alim is able to carry that operator forwards into this next round. Has enough money to buy a light rechargeable shield, probably just because Envy are going to be on a bit of a budget buy, but across the board, like, I don't know, Core are really showing up, and they're really just kind of making a statement against Envy, the favorites coming into this matchup.
And it felt like Envy had their bases covered with knowing that, okay, there's an op in top mid, got to try and cut off Core before they flank or go through catwalk and follow behind you. And they had Inspire, they had 2 players behind from Envy to watch those rotations, and Dark is very clean, very good reaction, not kind of expecting that Envy were just going to be behind them like that. And Envy had cleared the util. They really wanted to make contact with Core, didn't give them really anything. And then when you have Alum starting off 7-0, getting a dimensional drift, which, like you said, saved the round, it was really cool to see a core turning up against one of the best.
It's like all the gears are turning, and they're turning to defeating Envy right now. And keep in mind, once again, this is Core's map pick. Envy deciding to go on the attack. To be fair, you know, this is the composition and the team that you would expect to be just better, especially on some of these more aggressive rounds. But Core's defense, like the desk highlighted, looks fantastic. And I'm loving this kind of dual sniper long range setup that they're going for, because Elim also really good with that sniper rifle, really proved it that last round. And so there's a lot of additional pressure that Envy are going to have to deal with in order to make their way, honestly, even just like taking map control, because they're always gonna now be cautious about where that operator can be, because no matter how good you shoot, it just takes a split second. Just a body shot will be more than enough to send you into the ground. So an excellent showcase from Core, as once again, we find ourselves stuck in yet another tech pause. Dun, dun.
Dun, dun. And hopefully Inspire will be done soon. He's definitely going through it right now, technically, I guess. And you really hate to lose anyone on this team, but especially Inspire. So hopefully he gets online very soon, and Envy don't get tilted by any issues that they're facing in this early game, because Core are definitely peaking and peaking early.
Yeah, and they're finding the kills, which honestly makes the difference. I think right now, if you're Envy, with trying to figure out what your win conditions are, because even if this is just a tech pause, you know, you got a couple of seconds to marinate in the last couple of rounds of what necessarily happened, and it really feels like it's those long-range gun duels that they're unprepared for that Core are going to be winning out. When we see them go for a lot more of that poppier, more explosive gameplay style, playing off of one another, making sure they swing together. I mean, right now they're teasing us with 2 Buckies, but I think that's the right direction that we need to see them play with. And, you know, I'm seeing now Inspire is buying some stuff up, so should be back into the lobby. Hopefully we will be resolved with this tech pause very shortly. As Envy, once again, I want to see them play a little bit more explosively. I want to see them dominate a small space and just push and completely rip apart Core on one of these sites that feels like it should be their path to success here.
Sure, and especially if you're not winning this mid control here for Envy, maybe you could just try to run it down through A, which would bode pretty well for the Stingers, and you are going to still keep that Bucky. Kainzera could try to dash in, get on top of the box, and deal with any low ground members, but Logan have to hold it down solo, and Envy a bit of picking him off before,
Really?
and Logan catches on the TP. Here's the jet dash in. Darkus comes through the tree side to assist, and they have, as a duo, dismantled Envy. Wow.
I mean, fancy footwork coming in from the double sentinels there. Being able to just sidestep. They know the classic engage. They know where to play around. Logan doesn't even get cleared. Despite the fact that the dart went off, Ion just TPs in onto site and is a free kill for Logan to just find nice and easy. Kainzera flying in, and then you see the flashes kind of pop for Core, making sure that that was just an easy round. Like, look at this engagement. Darkus coming through at the perfect timing and catching them off guard. Envy, they're just kind of scattered. They don't necessarily push together into it. And so there's so many gaps in how that offense should have navigated onto that A site.
See if this op rings true yet again for Alum, sitting on catwalk, but that's an opener for Envy, but the barrier goes down and Core will not have anything else to delay Envy. But Envy are back to a default. Not always going to go with the most obvious option, but this push-up completely catches the Envy lurk off guard. Now Envy just have to go for a play, and none other than Kainzera to dash through the smoke solo, instantly kill Nerve while maybe looking at the minimap. It gives a chance for Envy to plan.
And look at that, Kainzera starting to heat up is the key to success for Envy as well. Already pushing forwards, making sure that they know, Core knows just how much respect they have to play towards this duelist.
Have to respect it, but it's a good crossfire for Envy is popping. Gonna hold back the forces, the tidal wave of core, 3 versus 3, and if anything, it's good time. And in the middle of the smoke, Io just can't get any shots into Alem, who was so low, sending that clone into 5 HP. The jump down, Alem will be bait. KaneZera's been netted, and core,
Wow.
they're just outplaying Envy. This is insane.
This is like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not expect it to be a 5-0 scoreline right now for core going up against Envy. Like, we're seeing those pop-off moments happen, but I mean, Inspire losing that first initial duel there is a little bit unconventional. Once again, Envy, they are all shooters, but Darkest finds that so early on. A little bit of shenanigans happening for KaneZera, trapped up in the grab net, still trying to find that peak timing. And so it's just easy pickings for core. Like, they were more or less just splitting the Envy squad up and then isolating those kills. We are seeing Envy try to go for those pop moments, but core are just doing an excellent job of absorbing a lot of that pressure. Blade Storm now activated as Alem watches with this operator.
Oh. And the spike down, not great. And that wasn't even to the op, but I wonder if Envy did spot the op, because Alem was around the catwalk, and Envy are going to smoke it off. So that's a problem for someone else at another time. Recon does not detect Envy. Very close. KaneZera and Envy have really slowed things down off the dimensional drift. Counter pressure from core, trying to respect that space. The Owen clips the wings of KaneZera, claims the second Duelist, and core put a quick stop to any chances of Envy that round.
Yeah, now Ion just left alone. I mean, it was a battle on two fronts. You see Alem applying so much pressure, the camera flicking and flopping back towards the B site to mid. I mean, core, they have Envy in this chokehold right now, and Envy are really struggling to get anything going. They're having a hard time kind of knocking the door in on either of these sites or any of the map, if I'm being honest with you. So we are going to be seeing that timeout getting called now. An uncharacteristic performance from Envy. Like, these guys are the team that you would expect. Like, they can just 1vx the entire squad and somehow still come out with a clutch, and yet there are so many of these long sight lines that core are controlling, and Envy are just simply not even given an opportunity to really shoot back. So I really have to commend this defense from core. It feels like they've really done their homework on Envy, and they're really showcasing it.
It's really good push and pull from core, the way they're just have two people that can just teleport out of sight. Envy have to re-clear, and there's layers to core, and a pretty deadly one was Nerve at the back with the Odin. Who knew that the Odin would be the kryptonite to killing two Duelists and the two best Duelists that we have in Challengers? So a very much needed timeout for Envy to try and douse the fire that is going on in their camp.
Yeah, and like, even on that last round, it came down to a simple smoke really disrupting the flow of Envy. Like, you could tell that they were ready to initiate in onto the site, but then they hesitated for a second, and suddenly Nerve is just spraying things down with the Odin and finds 2 kills right off the bat. It's so weird and unconventional, but it's really been working out. So Alem still has the sniper rifle. Gonna be so aggressive there. Misses that first drop, but can easily just kind of step out of the site.
This guy's insane. Who just pushes through smoke with an op against Envy? Like, it gets away with it. Like, even Exter wasn't expecting. He was still in the middle of a jump up, but of course not the best weaponry. So this is definitely the time to get into the heads of Envy. Alem on the opposite side of the map now. Gets that first pick, and look at all the sonic sensors and the hoops that Envy have to jump through. On top of the Hunter's Fury that's clearing out through mid. A lot of damage into Envy this time. You don't have KaneZera. It's not going to be the easiest round to entry in.
Inspire does gain a lot of space here, but the rest of the team is very disconnected. So unless Inspire is able to get a kill, all of the space is going to be more or less for nothing. Look at Darkest still tucked away in Wine right now. And that could be an excellent timing if Envy are not careful.
And it's going to give a sense of security, but even with Darkest swinging, Exter locks in. Much needed round for Envy, and it's such a smaller buy too. You deny the op out of core, and you could try to break their win streak. So a lot of work would be ahead of Envy at this point. Nerve still has the Odin. You got shock or pulse, or actually just the recon that pop in see if anyone is still up there for the counter spam, but Envy is going to hold on for as long as they can, having people through main, through the tree side, mainly looking at Ion if he could get a backstab on 2Z and Logan, and timing has to be right. And it's enough for Ion to give the Thrifty to Envy.
And a well-earned first round there. It was a little bit interesting, but they were able to navigate their way into the gaps of Core's defense, find their way onto site, all thanks to Inspire taking so much room and shutting down Alum. So an excellent round from Envy to start to restabilize themselves. But man, Alum has just been on another one with the operator, finding so much value with that. And still, it just kind of comes down to the very end. So a thrifty round for Envy. Now, finally, will have rifles in their hands yet again and an honest chance at trying to make this one happen. Barrier going up just to kind of deny the space. So Kane's stuck in a rock in a hard place.
Oh, even with the clone walking by, Darkest doesn't get any help. Not enough plot armor, and that means Envy have found the confidence and some momentum within the sails. Ion on top of the box, and Inspire gonna pressure the back line, and that means nothing for Logan to do about this round. Just gonna save the op.
Ion sticking the TP, sticking the ultimate, knows there's more than enough chaos to completely slip under the radar, just appearing on top generators and just shooting down on all the members, finding 2 easy kills onto Core. I talk about these long sight lines and being, making sure that they keep Envy at bay, but that time around, it feels like Envy are really starting to clean things up a little bit more. Check all of the different areas, make sure that it's a clean execute coming in so that you can win these rounds without just kind of leaving those open opportunities for Core to have an early step in. It was an aggressive round for Envy, and they're rewarded with it by just completely dominating that A side. That's what I wanted to see out of the squad.
There's still so many good ideas for Envy, whether it's just the run it down from A, but also the way that they're still trying to wrap around Core, get these free kills like the way Ion did in the previous round that kind of broke that win streak from Core, to Envy closing out that second round under their belt. So see if that gets them back on their high horse, but still have a lot to make up for. 2 in a row. And Ion has been the big playmaker for me on the Envy side, but you could say that about literally anyone on Envy.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's almost like the weather, like who's gonna pop off today for Envy? It really could be any of those players. And well, now we're seeing a different look. This time around, they're moving towards that A site. Extra actually gets caught by the mesh, but no follow-up really to make that one a secure kill, as Kane's Arrow was flirting with a little bit of Odin fire, but does take a bit of damage, immediately decides to back off. The re-hit from Envy will now come through. As the Owl Drone scouts things out, they're looking ready to move in.
They can try to stop Kane's Arrow. What was that shot? Check PC. Just the right timing, as Envy already cut 1 Duelist down. Got the Annihilation getting popped too from Darkest, but it's popping against Nerve. Who has the louder gun? Who has the better team? It's 2 versus 2. Inspire has to deal with the Odin. Good timing to deal with the recon, and then that means the spike goes down, and Alum, the MVP easily of this, flown down to make some noise, and it will not perturb someone like Kainzera.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the players from Envy really start to warm up. Like, there were a lot of moments there where it felt disconnected from their push, right? Like, you see them walk in one by one, allow for those opportunities for Nerve to get a spray down with an Odin. But this time, we're seeing them just kind of fly through, play off of one another, make sure they're making good contact and clean things out. Those last 2 rounds were very indicative of the Envy playbook. It's very fast, very clean, and makes sure that you can go in and hunt for those kills. So we really get to see now Envy starting to heat it up while Core are taking their time out here. Generally speaking, when it comes to these team fights, Envy comes out on top, but when it comes to some of those more like pick off 1vx opportunities, that seems to be where Core will continue to dominate their space. So Envy grouping up is what I want to see if they want to continue to win some of these rounds.
As soon as you hear the op from Logan, there was just still no hesitation from Envy, knowing that they have this window to capitalize on. of while core are off tempo from each other while teleporting away, and Envy need to take advantage of those moments where they're outnumbering core. That's how they're just taking over the B site, and they're being wary too of core, who like to swing as soon as barriers go down. And once that's cleared out, Envy kind of take things one step at a time while also making turning that into a sprint.
Let's make sure they've got enough momentum in the tank. Carry them through here. Maybe the chamber ult popped. Get another sniper rifle just on the other side there. Make up the weapon deficit is Alum under a lot of pressure.
Wow, Alum had no support because Tuzi was got blinded by the opposing paranoia, and Envy will break on in. Exter teleported, but the follow-up was delayed there from Envy. Core quick to rotate in and fight fire with fire. Now Darkest, unobscured is just going to cause some chaos at the barrier to buy time for a rotation through garden and through tree. Envy respecting this Odin from Nerve that is loud and proud, and the door is open. Envy need to get picks their way before they feel secure enough to plant.
Yeah, you see core just like, yeah, we're not going to push into you. We're just going to take our time with this. And now this is going to be their 3v2 retake.
Almost got kind of adjusting the gun there, but Poppin', it's going to peek right into Logan, and that means core are back in the driver's seat, better than ever. No win streak really for Envy.
Team Ace.
But at the same time, I like the way that Envy are trying to take these sites. You see these moments where it's like, hey, you know, we know you're going to have sniper rifles. We know you're going to be looking at these long angles. And so when we see the kind of explosion into sight, it's purely done to kind of account for some of that. The smokes get placed very tactically. The flash goes in. Multiple people running in onto the site mitigates how much damage the sniper rifle can really do. And like we've highlighted time after time, all of these players on Envy are shooters, and they're going to be able to secure the kills. So if one of them goes down, you know someone else is going to be right there ready for the clutch. It just kind of came down to those ending moments where we see core take a little bit of an advantage. And yeah, Alum under a lot of pressure already, but will just kind of yield that ultimate orb. Exter, though, Dimensional Drift ready. I'm imagining they might be executing off of that.
This is what's worked for Envy, but after the core timeout, we found they really got to reinforce the right side of the map, while Exter doesn't want to get off from the rest, get cut off from the rest of his team, because that barrier from Darkest really was a crux to that. And Envy managed to group up, not find any kills though, aren't making any contact, just the smokes in place to hopefully get a fast enough plant. And core lurk around the perimeter of this site, ready to flood in off the flashes from Alum or the Tuzi paranoia. And the Odin pressure is getting the attention of Envy, but Exter is so locked into this left side. He gets broken down by Tuzi, and Envy are on their last legs. Literally, Ion's at 1 HP, and he can't clutch it. Core, by the skin of their teeth, get away with this round.
Tuzi coming alive when core needed him the most. Oh my goodness me, I thought that was an Envy round 100%. I think that they're doing an excellent job at just kind of sidestepping that sniper rifle, making sure that it doesn't get that value. And then when they flood in, it's so decisive, so clean coming through. And somehow Tuzi worming their way in onto the site, able to find so many timings on the players of Envy, and just kind of makes that one work. Look at that, just a wall bang there. And then, yeah, Logan just hops down, gets a right click off. And core find themselves at 8-3 thus far. Last round in this half. It's going to be the single sniper rifle on the line this time, as Alum once again pushing out here. And that's going to be a Blade Storm activated.
And when is that player going to swing out a wine? Wow. It's almost too late. quainzera's made his way in. And Alum gets his one, but he's punished by Exter. So Envy fully established now into A. Got the neural theft advantage for Inspire, hoping to give Envy the edge in this final round of the half, as Nerve got him dancing, but not damaged enough. Envy will plant, and look, you have quainzera even exploring through Catwalk, could get a backstab on Darkest, depending on how much time it takes for core to generate some momentum. Now they're playing off the recon. That was thrown out by Nerve. You gotta have a drop down eventually from core, but quainzera, it's already too late. in the back of your head, and
So
Core,
aggressive.
yeah, just can't get any angles, any sight lines into the site. It's 8-4 for Core.
Switching sides.
Like, that's what I mean. When you look at the players on Envy, you're like, yeah, we know what these guys are going to do. They're just going to kind of send it. And that was a Kane0 round and a half. Like, pops the blade, finds a first kill, immediately goes, I'm going to go exploring. You guys have fun on the site. I'm going to let y'all deal with actually getting the spike down and doing all that stuff. I'm going to look for kills. And is so successful at doing so because the timing is immaculate to make sure that that crunch happens in heaven as well. Just with that blade storm, making sure that Envy don't fall to a 9-3 half. So now we swap around here. Envy are going to be on the defense. They are rocking that double duelist, while Core, on the other hand, are rocking a double sentinel composition. We see, I imagine, the chamber playing with the rest of the squad, but it is going to be the deadlock that is going to be more or less responsible at watching a lot of those flanks for the team.
Also more responsibility for someone like Inspire, who has to hold the site solos, got a kill trip at A main, while letting his duelist do all the work on the left side of the map. Good map control from Envy so far. The only thing you've left open is mid, and that's where Poppin's going to be watching. Already making contact, hearing that Sheriff. Going to be calling Exeter to rotate back towards B, and Kane0 is just off exploring the wilderness. This is going to be interesting. Poppin pressured in spawn. They stack up in front of him, and not too bad. Converting 2-1.
Ooh, Darkest able to find that. Kane0, though, really deep onto the flank on mid. Not able to connect in time, allowing for an opening for Core. A very smart plan to kind of go right into spawn and then set up the barrier mesh, especially on a pistol. That's so hard to get rid of.
Core just going to hold within the site. No one through main. Ion has a paranoia to set things up, and he's on the opposite end, and Kane0, he doesn't care. Just the hero for the squad, but he's quickly put down. And it's Tuzi. Wow, good swings, good jiggles, and deals with everyone from Envy. They're swept away, and the pistol goes to Core.
Core getting yet another pistol round on this map, and one player that slowly started to climb up in these kind of clutch-ish situations, that last one not really, but has been Tuzi. Tuzi has been really impressing me with just making sure to be in the right spot at the right time to find the kills necessary when things kind of go into that late round. When we see the spike get down, the timer is kind of ticking, the engagement is coming through, and Tuzi is good for at least 2 on those moments. And that's kind of what you need from your Omen players. If you don't send them deep onto the flank, you want them to stay alive for as long as possible and potentially find a couple of kills to make it winnable in those kind of down-to-the-wire moments.
An early shock bolt from Poppin keeps Darkest honest, while Core is off the sniper 2 from Logan. Looks to make contact with someone at top mid, but that lane is left pretty open. You have no vision on the right side, so you'll be running right into Exeter, who's going to be droned out. While Darkest wins his 1v1 against Kane0, and making sure you mark Kane0 because he's been crazy on the flanks. It's pretty important for Core.
Kane0 just going for the sum swing, except that doesn't quite work unless you got a rifle. Maybe not a classic in hand, unfortunately, but thankfully they're able to mitigate leading there, so they find that trade onto Darkest. But Core have been really patient thus far. Not sure if that's where the camera was meant to go, but still will give more than enough information here, as the flood should be coming in for Core now.
Ooh, that's a good flash from Envy. That wasn't even Exeter staring down the barrel yet. Nion's within the site, and as they double swing out, Core just cover all their angles. A fantastic job by Tuzi. That means Core will plan Poppin's last one left with the pistol to try and go down with it, and that means double digits for Core.
Yeah, they find themselves at 10 now, and once again, it's those long ranges that we see Core feel like they're a little bit better at, especially when it kind of comes to that one-tap headshot. Obviously, that last round, Envy, were only on pistols, and, well, if you're going up against the Classic, then chances are you're able to kind of come out on top. But I've been really impressed with the long-range line of scrimmage that Core are drawing. They're really keeping Envy honest in pushing in those moments. And now that Envy are on the defense, there's less opportunity for them really to just kind of like pop and overwhelm, because that's kind of not how defense works. They spread themselves out and they have to try and find those opportunities. So a little bit of an interesting standoff here. Alum just on the other side will get the better of KaneZera, though. It's a great start for Core.
KaneZera hasn't lost his confidence. And
wow.
Now both of them have lost the duel to Alum. Not able to sync up and double swing out, or even for KaneZera to just push out as soon as that recon was out so you can find the timing on the person shooting the recon. But Envy down tremendously in this round.
Very slow and patient, and I think that's kind of the way that Core want to continue to play, because they know Envy tends to be a bit more of a let's go in and kill them squad. And so you see a lot of these angles being kind of set up more so as traps to kind of catch some of the members of Envy off guard, and then immediately punish when they kind of catch that individual person there. Cyber Cage will be triggered, as Inspire is going to be triggered for maybe a couple of feetsies or something, but we'll find nothing.
Oh, that was a good paranoia from Ion, though. Keeps Core in their place and gets the attention of Envy within the site. But Inspire falls. Ion's neutralized. Exter is the only hope in a 1 versus 4. Core get up to 11. This was not the one-sided map I was expecting. I know that it's a bit of a weaker map for Envy, but not this rough.
I mean, 100%. Like, none of us really saw that this was kind of coming back. We assumed that the Qbert Academy loss, that would have more or less showed that Envy, they kind of need to bounce back. They kind of need to pull things together. And instead, what we're seeing is a bit more hesitation, a bit more fear on some of these engagements. It doesn't feel as confident as it used to be. So Core right now 2 rounds away from taking map number 1 in an extremely dominant fashion.
Hey, at least the Haven is almost the perfect map for Envy. Turn around the series, but Core kick down the door here of A. Over in Heaven will be Envy, trying to get some early peeks. A surprise with the Sheriff, but Poppin didn't get the head pop he was hoping for. But on the flank, KaneZera's up to no good. Can he do some good for Envy? He has to face off against someone in Wine. Core just have to hold on a little longer. He got the paranoia from Ion coming through the tree side, and Core is unshaken and unstirred, and Envy Sheriffs, I mean, this was going to be an uphill battle from the start. This whole map has been an uphill battle, a boss fight, when Envy have been the bosses all along of Challengers, and now it's match point for Core.
Yeah, Core now just need 1 more to win that. And I do say there were a couple of really good opportunities for Envy to find a couple of key kills. Looking at KaneZera on the flank here, and obviously they didn't necessarily have the weaponry to do so, but that's kind of the X factor that you expect from Envy, that they're somehow able to just find all the kills necessary in impossible situations. Except this time around, it really feels like Core are the ones who are consistently just conscious of Envy, conscious of the play style that they might be doing. And to me, this really says that they've done their homework on Envy and their play style, and so they know what to expect when they're in their post plans, where they might be pushing out for, because they're always watching and ready to take out those individually pushing members.
The Envy timeout to come up with the perfect game plan, and emphasis on perfect, because they can't drop a single round. And hey, at least they got the Sheriff eco out of the way, so KaneZera is looking at an op, and he's been the one that is coming up with all the ideas and solo to go on these journeys, I'll call them, on the flank. But Envy have to come together on this map, or they'll have to do so on Haven. But that has to be like one of the best maps in the Envy pool. So I have no doubt we're going to map 3.
Yeah, There's this weird thing where it's like, you know, you don't want to call it too soon, but at the same time, with how Core have really been playing this map, it seems like we're headed in that direction anytime soon, unless somehow Envy are able to come back, win 8 rounds in a row, force overtime, and then find 2. But that feels like it would be in there with like the top throws of all time for Core. See the Annihilation pop off, and it actually catches someone.
What? Okay, Core just going fishing, and Spire gets netted. Oh my god, the prayer Envy all along. We'll see if this Kane Zera op will get some kills. Exter has to hold on all by himself, and Flash can't teleport out. Logan, while blinded, is still the GOAT. Kane Zera alive and well, still in the boathouse. And Ion shut down on the opposite lane, and that'll do it. 13-4. Domination from the unbeatable Core, it seems, on their map pick.
I can already hear Roy just sitting back and laughing in his chair right now for making that swap over, that quirky guy him. Because Core looked absolutely unstoppable on this map. We saw those moments where Envy were starting to kind of pull things together, pull their squad together, because it felt like a lot of mistakes kind of coming through. The squad not playing together. Those moments where we would expect to see them get multiple kills and they fall flat on their face. And once again, I think specifically on this map, this really just came down to the preparation that Core did, because it felt like they were always watching, always ready for whatever Envy were going to throw at them.
Yeah, Alum and then secondary quote Duelist of Logan were just on fire today. All of Core came ready to not only think they could beat Envy, but actually do it on only one of those maps, though. We still got a long series ahead of us, so we'll see you after the break.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
An opportunity to qualify for the playoffs for Core Gaming and Envy. And Core aren't going to hand Envy their biggest loss yet. That honor still goes to Qbert last week, but it will be the second biggest loss as Core just decimate Envy on this very first map pick. I mean, Roy, looking at Ascent, I mean, you'd highlighted that Core was strong beforehand. Envy too, they kind of started on an unfavorable side, and it just kind of snowballs from there.
Yeah, you do have to question the decision to go attack. Again, we can only speculate from the outside, but it seemed like they might have had some kind of game plan going. But as we all know, this is a very infamous story, right? The planning and the execution are completely two different things. You might have a read, but when it comes down to breaking these things in the moment or people having pop-off series, these things could happen, right? An 8-4 finish. There was a world where it could have been a 9-3 as well. A very sweeping, dominant first half for Core. And then the pistol round win going into the second half really does not leave too much room for Envy to play around with.
No, and I feel like everything kind of started to fall apart just after the anti-eco round, the bonus round there that Core ends up taking away, and the momentum that they find off the back of it, right? The 6 rounds in a row to start out that defensive half. And in those first 6 rounds, it didn't seem like Envy looked like the Envy that we're used to seeing. Like, yes, they were trying to be a bit bold and whatnot, but I felt like their spacing wasn't there. We weren't seeing the same kind of micro prowess that we're used to seeing out from this team. Granted, I will give credit over towards Core for making it, I think, difficult for Envy to read into how they were positioning and setting up on the defense as well. We called out how they were going to be very dynamic with that defensive positioning, fighting for some of those main controls with Logan and Alum, swapping up those positions and really keeping Envy guessing and taking a lot of those timings. And I honestly think even that pistol round caught them off guard with how quick Core were to look to brawl over at mid. They didn't even give Envy a second to breathe, and that really set the tone for the remainder of this map.
I completely agree. I think that was a great, like, off the rip start for Core Gaming, right? The 5-player brawl in mid, it ended up perfectly. But to go back and touch on the kind of the Yoru / Chamber, double escape artist on defense, I feel like Core just had so many great ideas, right? Like they knew how to punish Envy. They knew where to go to disrupt them. Like the op coming through smokes and B main with the Sova dart. That's just like one play, and it obviously shows because they got a lot more first kills than Envy did, and obviously they had a very good game plan coming into it. But yeah, I just think overall Core just played phenomenally on their defense side. It was very clear that they had really good ideas coming into this, and it felt like Envy just got caught by all of them.
Yes, it is giving me a lot of questions for this next in series. I mean, it definitely a Core that had a great step up. Do not get me wrong whatsoever. But it also really didn't feel like Envy came to play until Ash, like you called out, like after like that timeout when you're seeing at that round 7, and we're getting to a little bit too late at that point. And again, it was just a Core that was able to adapt in a really, really strong way. And when you're seeing a Core too, I mean, I feel like some days when even Envy doesn't have an idea, they can still kind of just like outfrag their potential, like their opponents in the server. But Core, on the other hand, Ash, I mean, they really stepped up to the plate in that department as well. Like they had the aggression, they were able to bounce back, like fire back, like they had everything.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just, the mechanics with how they were shooting. I think a lot of it came down to the fact that there was so much survivability for Nerve and Tuzi. They were always alive in the mid round, in the late round, where we saw so much success in those retakes for Core in that first half. And it came down to the utility from the Sova, from the Omen. It felt like Tuzi's paranoias were always hitting, disrupting Envy, trying to go for those brawls and making those fights unfavorable, and Core just being able to capitalize.
Tuzi's a name I feel like we haven't talked a lot about this split, but I feel like last split he was having a huge split. Like he was having so much pop-off moments, and I think you kind of just realize when he had that one 3K that saved Core around, that's when you kind of realize like, oh crap, like this player is actually insane. We kind of just forgot about him, especially when you have so many good players on the roster, right? That happens. Like, that just speaks to the potential on the core side. But yeah, I completely agree. I think overall, the kind of the game plan for core was really good. And even when they got on the attack side, they were playing in such a like a slow and grindy way, and they were feeding into like the fact that Envy was just like desperate to try to like regain control of the game, and just Envy was just walking into them one at a time, and they just kept punishing. So I feel like core just had a really good game plan and execution, and it paid out.
I mean, core stock's at an all-time high, and it's time to see if that can continue on into the next map of the series. As of course, Ascent was their own map pick as well. Now we're heading into Haven. This is something where we've seen a lot more reps from Envy of when we're looking back at stage 2, etc. We've only seen them once this current stage, Ash. So I'm curious with what look they're going to see today. But this also isn't unfamiliar territory for core.
No, it definitely isn't. I think that you're looking at this Haven pick, and honestly, it's kind of funny because you're also looking at the side that core chooses to start on, being defense, and you're like, okay, these first 2 maps we're leaning into starting on the sides that are typically less favored. But I will give core the fact that their defense protocols are usually really good on Haven. I feel like they have a lot of great ideas for those trap plays, leaning on the breach that you usually see Darkest pulling out. So I feel like with how comfortable that composition is for core, I think that they will continue forward with the comp that we had seen previously with that Neon Breach combo. And then, like you're saying, with Envy, we're not really sure what to expect because that double controller was kind of an out-of-pocket pick where Kane was kind of throwing the Harbor in for fun. I mean, he didn't have any performance drop-off, but I'm not necessarily, I'm not confident that that's like their game plan, though, going into today. So they could have a pocket pick in their composition.
I think they're definitely going to have a pocket pick in there. If I remember correctly in the interview, they were saying that they kind of just, they had like a bonus moment where the coaches gave them a green light to just run any composition they wanted, which is insane. But yeah, I think I feel like a part of the decision for core to start on defense, which obviously is not typical because, you know, this map is very attack sided, is probably just the fact that they don't really know what to expect from Envy. Like they don't know whether they're going to go to the ISO Yoru, or they don't really know what composition they're going to run. So they're just trying to play it on the side that they're more comfortable with, and they don't have to problem solve as much ideally. So we'll see how it pans out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious then, because you called out that ISO and that Yoru, and that's what we've seen a lot from Envy. So getting into the agent select, that ready now, I'm curious if that's exactly what we're going to see. Because Envy, stage 3 has been their most experimental yet. So are they going to go back to this old comfort that was very good for them? Switch it up, and yeah, I guess, Ash, there's our answer. Back on the ISO, Yoru, normal Envy stuff. This was their comp.
Yeah, it was. It worked so well for them. And we've talked so much about how that ISO can be so disruptive to anyone who's looking to get that op online on defense. So something we're definitely going to have to keep our eyes out for how Alum is going to be set up for success on those deeper lines. But we know that Darkest had so much experience on this breach. I'm really looking forward to seeing like the trap plays that we can expect to come through, and definitely keep an eye out for Inspire, who is just a lurk god here on Haven.
And yeah, from the topic on the limb, I think ultimately a limb, it pairs a lot better into the ISO. So I'm looking to see how they're going to gain space, kind of set up the crossfires deep in territory, not let Envy get away with too much map control. And my eyes are on Kane's era. I feel like it's the ISO wall. If you're having a good game, it's so easy to farm multiple ults, and it's going to make that attack half so much easier for Envy. So pressure's on Kane's era right now. Pressure's on Ion. They're going to need to step up here in the second map versus core, or it could be very well a 2-0.
Pressure on all of Envy. Following last week, the first map of the series has not really gone their way. It's time to see on Haven if this is going to be the bounce back to their comfortable roots, or if it's going to be core with this 2-0 upset and to qualify into the playoffs. Let's get into Haven with your casters, Jen and Marks, to find out.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, we have core facing Envy on their best map. Like, this is the tried and true Envy that we're used to. And then Kane Zera with the ISO can deny a lot of that sniper, at least the op buys from core, which definitely made a dent in them last map.
Yeah, like when you think about some of those rounds on the last map that really swung the momentum in core's favor, it was just Alum kind of farming with the operator. This time around, Envy, like the desk was highlighting, this is their tried and true composition. We know that it works out, and I am super excited to see them kind of go into it, because I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing that kind of envy magic that we expected from the squad. Of course, Core, nothing to sneeze at either. We've seen them play. They seem like they're rehearsed. They know what they're doing. And so it really is going to come down on how well they can utilize that Neon Breach combo utility to find early picks to shut down these members of Envy.
That's a big shutdown from Tuesday. After Core got so much good info from Logan's camera at C, Envy gonna pivot, play the mind games, but can they play a shooting game? Well, if you look at Extra on the front line, surely, but man, the clone ultimate plot armor there for Envy to still be living in this round. 2 versus 2. Tuesday good for 2. Ring around the rosy. Ion playing cat and mouse, but who was the prey? Ion doesn't know where the secondary is, turns and burns on Tuesday, knows where Darkest is at the end, but doesn't have the HP for it, so Core take another pistol.
Yeah, an excellent job from Core. Really, finding that first pick on a Kane Zera is unbelievably lucky. Even with the shield popped, it's just kind of that two-step that we see Core pop out with. Find the headshot, shut down that Duelist, and then you see that, sure, the rest of Envy, they're still more than capable to make this happen, but it gets a lot more difficult for them to really fire on all cylinders when they're going up against Core, who are shooting immaculately. So Core, they win that one out. Tuesday and Darkest both with 2 kills apiece. A lot of Guardians being bought up here as Envy once again are looking to gain space, but will do it after taking quite a bit of damage as they funnel towards this A site.
And no first aid kit there. Aftershock gonna break up Envy, and man, the uses of the clones have been so massive for Envy, but still can't break through this choke, at least not easily. Rotations from Allo trying to get behind Envy. It's a nice off-angle swing, but it just comes down to a death match, and it ends up being an ace for Allo.
In the midst of all of that too, like, it was so chaotic, but then yeah, Alum just kind of popping out at the right time. You know, obviously some of the members of Envy were a little bit lower HP, and so it just requires one bullet and suddenly Alum finds a kill. But now that Neon is 1 ultimate orb away from getting the overdrive online, it was a good effort by Envy to make that flood in happen, and yet still Core, they stand their ground, they dig their heels in to that A site, and they don't yield any of the space. This time around, Alum going really far forwards here to secure that ultimate orb to get Nerve closer to having the Hunter's Fury online, as Envy, uncharacteristic from them, but they slow things down completely. They're changing their pace up on Core, and this is going to be interesting because this should allow them, when they decide to, pop onto one of these sites and be able to find a lot, given the information denial that they are doing right now.
Yeah, you've really dwindled Core's bonus down to mostly a bunch of sheriffs and Envy. I think it's been great to see how they're able to fight back against Core, but also Core not letting the double tap be taken advantage of. But hey, Ion completely splits open B, teleports in, will bodyguard the left door, and with the smoke in place, it's barely keeping the 2 teams apart.
Oh, no way.
But a different opening. How did Tuesday get that? But anyway, Envy have a play in their name, but they don't have control of main, so they just have to bunker down and hope for the best.
Excellent camera as well to get that information so they know where the flood is coming.
All right, here's the flood in off of the Alum util. Beautiful setup. Does affect Envy. Now trying to get around. It's all about the rotations and bumping. Oh, looks away at the worst time. Did enough to Tuesday though for Exter to end the chapter in their favor.
Wow, but like, it should not have been as close as it was. Core with the wraparound completely. And one of the big things that I've noticed on the playstyle of Envy is when Inspire goes for those long lurks, is able to find excellent timings into the back of the retakes there. And what Core were doing there, were they were more or less checking for that. Inspire didn't take that opportunity this time around. Ion really opening up the site for the rest of the squad, but that allowed Core to kind of come through from behind, which made things a lot more complicated for Envy. They weren't necessarily expecting that much amount of pressure. And so Envy, they barely scraped by here on that last round. And this time around, they will have more and less enough money to make sure that they've got full armor as well as weapons, a little bit short of being 100% there. while Core, they have the economy to make sure that they do this. And most importantly, they do have one of their more important ultimates online for Alum if they do decide to go into that overdrive state.
And to see who can get ahead in this map, because look at where the economy is. It's a struggle bus on so many fronts, but a dimensional drip. Trying to get info all the way towards A, but no, it's all a fake. And now C's being explored. Was there a lot of trips, but not at the front door of C, so Logan will just stay put until this breach gets into position. Dark is going through a mid flank. It's going to get spotted by the camera there of Inspire. How much does Core want to commit to this flank? Inspire has to keep them in check, and we'll have reinforcements of Poppin, who's more getting into a position for the Hunter's Fury on the post plant. Not a lot of time for Core. They got to develop, and that's a good start for Alum on the flank. Poppin will have to take his 1v1 while the rest of Core ready to fault line in or aftershock off of Darkest. Paranoia in two from Tuzi. Here's the Core swing. Envy go toe-to-toe, but just can't withstand against the Core teamwork.
We aren't seeing Envy feel comfortable in these post plants. Yeah, they're able to get the spike down, but you see Core swimming around like sharks, immediately getting the clamp in onto them. And yeah, you know what? Inspire usually does win those against somebody else, but against Alum right now, who has been unreal this series so far, loses that one out. And as a result of that, it all starts to fall to pieces. You see Envy are too scared to back up. They have to just hang out onto the site. They have to just hold these cross angles and hope for the best. While Core, they dissect in one by one onto the site and make sure to find their man, trade when necessary, and make it an unwinnable situation from Envy. I am really impressed what I've been seeing from Core. And once again, this is one of those squads that has been slowly getting better throughout the entirety of Challengers, and it really feels like they're in their stride right now.
Oh, my Exter's just gonna take that teleport. Tuzi had the drop off. I thought Exter had the edge, but at least it evicts Core for now. Core definitely have the better weaponry to deal with this.
Spike planted.
Way I could see the timing here of Inspire, and actually Envy are going to push Garage. Tuzi's in a lot of trouble, and Core thought they had the time, but they're going to try and reinforce what Tuzi has left behind. Allen runs straight into the barrel. Logan picks up 2, and now we have a game on our hands, and it's Exter and Poppin versus the world. And man, the clutch factor from Core is just different. Poppin will have the Hunter's Fury. He'll be in main. He just has to deny the spike getting diffused, and time is running out for Core to win the round. The Hunter's Fury could be tagging Darkest. He's on his last life, and Nerve won't have the time at this point. What a turnaround for Poppin.
Jeez, I mean, it's not an ideal scenario, but at least you walk away with the round win. I was going to compliment Envy on the flood in there. I thought they were doing a good job at just overwhelming once again in those close quarters and making sure that any opportunity that we see Core Youth get slapped down. In the midst of all of that, Allen popped the ultimate and immediately died. This kind of 3-man pressure worked out perfectly, and then it just comes down to Logan walking in there, rifle ready, and finding those kills. Poppin forced into a corner, but had the Hunter's Fury online, lets it rip at the perfect opportunity, and shuts down any hope of a defuse. So Envy, they're still in this one, but still Core are fighting tooth and nail for all of these rounds.
Oh, kill contract, but didn't get Alum, so he gets to just scurry forward and catch Envy on the back foot. But at least Kane's arrow is back from the job. Ink hits the paper, and you have Envy in 2 versus 2. Quite a chaotic round. By the way, Core on the flank, and see if Inspire reacts on time, and he does, but now it's going to be a bloodbath, and we haven't even seen the inside of the site until now, so Inspire has a window to plant in. Okay, double hats. Not expecting that. Okay, wait. Inspire gets a heads up. Now it's just a mind game at this point. Inspire's just going to lay back and see if Logan walks into his sight line. Logan has to cross into it. Logan with the delay, and okay, you tag up Inspire, and Logan wins at a 25 HP. There's no way.
oh no, like you see as soon as Inspire goes into the camera, Logan walks across and you see Inspire go, wait a second, I just saw that. Oh no, toggles out of the camera, swaps just to the right, but Logan's watching it like a hawk, finding the kill there. Just unlucky timing to swap into that utility as it was a little bit of a standstill. One thing I would like to point out though, Elim went right past cainzera where cainzera was ultimating. And so, you know, just kind of got all that space for free, sure. You know, wasn't out of the ultimate just quite yet, but still, it was kind of funny. It was just like, oh, you would have
Like what I
expected them to watch. Yeah, like,
Professor.
you know, cainzera is coming back. Hey, maybe we should be ready to shut that down. But instead, Elim just kind of runs it down. So a little bit of a missed opportunity. And Envy right now 2-4. Elim forced backwards.
Alum is still trying to test those waters after they were quite murky. Envy's always investing some kind of CC at A main, but Alum won't be punished yet. We'll just lay back and let the Outlaw do all the talking. Envy don't have a lurk, and you know, that's a big ping too. Envy not going to take care of that recon in time, so gonna drone up through mid. Envy are just gonna decide to re-clear elsewhere, and now Alum gets to take advantage of the silence, and it's just gonna get even worse.
A bit of option paralysis at work there. Really, Core sprung on the moment that Envy hesitated, and you know what happens when you hesitate? People die. And in this case, that was Envy dying. So easy opportunities for Core to take as the spike goes down. They're so far forward.
Oh, not a lot of bullets left in that stinger though, but you take care of the X Factor from Core, and cainzera manages to escape, but just gets double killed. Poppin couldn't back him up in time. Exter 1 versus 4. Can at least get one for the road. Dimensional Drift and Core up to 5, and this could be their ticket to playoffs on their horizon.
Yeah, and that pressure that we saw cainzera do on that last round, that's something that if you've been watching Envy, you expect to happen a lot. You expect cainzera to try and take that additional space, make it uncomfortable, and usually we'll be able to walk away with a kill or two. Gets one there, immediately ducks out, still somehow alive in the midst of all of it, and yet just lines up perfectly to allow Darkus to find an easy 2K spray down. 2 headshots just lining up there right through Poppin into Kane. So a great just kind of spray down from the IGL on Core, as Envy will be now taking this time out. This is not what they expected. And honestly, there's still a lot of those gaps that we identified on that first map, where usually it's just overwhelming presence, you know, endless aggression. I feel like those are 2 phrases that really defined Envy's play style. Core have more or less taken that into account and have been playing really well around that. As soon as we see Envy try to be aggressive, Core are really good at controlling the map to force them into uncomfortable positions where they can no longer be that aggressive without getting countered. And so I really have to commend Core for that, you know, just preparation coming into this one. It's looking good.
I think this Dimensional Drift judge potential play from Exter could be really good too. If he just pops up behind C, we'll see if Logan will get out of the way in time, but there's been a lot of respect from the Core side to just give up the site and play for retakes. And when it comes to A, really fight fire with fire. There's so many different looks out of Core. Dimensional Drift judge on its way here for Exter. Not gonna get any sightlines in the garage. Meanwhile, the rest of Core just walk down mid, get a flank going, and that means that Exter will have to watch that after teleporting back. And it's just not working out for Envy post timeout. They've already dropped 2 people, and Core still have 5 for the retake, including a Hunter's Fury. Nerf is already taking a step back to pull the trigger on that.
1 enemy remaining.
And he's already tagged up Envy. This is not going well. Even when Envy take the initiative, no first blood in their favor.
Man, I'm so impressed by Core right now. This last round, understanding coming into this, yes, exactly like you said, Lemon. It's going to be Exter, pop the Dimensional Drift, has the judge in hand, going to be scouting us out, going to try and overwhelm us that way. Let's take the fight to them. This way, even if they do have that dimensional drift, we can run right past it and catch them where they're not expecting us, and then we can take that. Even if they pushed into Envy, they were ready to take the fight into them. What ended up happening that round was Eggster used the dimensional drift, found almost no value out of the ultimate completely, and Core were able to systematically move into that C site once again, kind of crossing their T's and dotting their I's. They completely mitigated everything that Yoru ultimate was supposed to bring to the table, and as a result of that, Envy just simply were not able to get anything going.
Zera took some damage just being in C main there, so bit spam from Core just are okay giving up their position in order to not let these orbs go so free, because there's been a lot of orbs to the Ascent, on the Ascent side of things. 1v1. Goat versus Goat, but Zera locks in, and Poppin gives the advantage to Envy, and man has secured the A site, meaning Tuzi has to teleport using the ult, and does he sync up or does he get proactive? He's smoked off and heard where the spike was getting planted. Tuzi, cerebral play to give Core a chance in this round, but a chance is looking pretty slim. Still a 1 versus 3 for Logan. All right, let's get the 1, but took a lot of damage. Logan have to assess another angle. Mainly, is Envy flanking me? Usually the answer is always yes. And Spire will catch him on the exit. And that means Envy cut the lead in half.
A great round from Envy that time around. We see them just try to engage and take the timings. It's more relying on that individual metric of skill. And it's so fast that you don't see Core really have an opportunity to react on it. Like, the way that Poppin finds those kills one right after another was phenomenal. And look at this, Inspire just hops over the trap wire. So goes more or less unknown, but at the same time, you know, at that point it was kind of happening there. And so great stuff from Envy to stabilize them a little bit. But they have to continue to get these rounds together. Otherwise, their momentum is gonna not really be existent. You can't rely on a Zera ultimate to win you a single round, as the Dark is taking a lot of damage here. Ion going right in the back and sticks it, able to find one.
Okay, this is quite the play from Envy. It's working out for Ion. Converts 2 and make it 3. Isn't a menace. And he's in the back rooms in Core. This is the horror game they did not sign up for. And that means Nerve, because of this deep smoke, I don't even know if the recon can get much seen into the site. So Alum do his Zera impression and really let loose. And Ion, he's on his last leg. And Alum swaps out the gun and doesn't expect Envy still back here. Oh, jeez. What a round for Ion.
The knife in the back coming from Ion, sticking the TP, finding that first kill, and then just being such a nuisance. And that little bit of additional space is more than enough to signal the rest of the Envy players, hey guys, look at me. I am all the way back here. You can come this way too, and it's gonna be great. We can all have a lot of fun. And the rest of Envy kind of funnel their way forwards and just isolate and find those kills. They take the space to take the fight so far forward that they're not even worried about the post plan. And that is more characteristic of what we expect from Envy. This time around, Core now forced onto a save. I think this is the first one that we've seen thus far in this series, as 100 series gets let loose to try and scout things out.
Making things pretty hectic for the Core side, but Darkest counters with the Rolling Thunder with a bunch of sheriffs. Ion flashed up. Alum takes the mantle, and the tip of the spear goes through the hearts of Envy and gives a thrifty over to Core.
The value off of a single ultimate with that Rolling Thunder. Envy have been consistently playing together. Darkest, so aware of what was going to go on. Immediately pop it, and you see the flood in completely. Envy are completely caught by surprise. And to me, this just shows a little bit of lack of, I don't know if like respect is the right way to describe it, but just being aware of what the enemy team is bringing to the table, understanding that that ultimate could get let loose at any time, and not really having anything really to keep that in control just in case it finds maximum value, which it did. So an excellent round from Core, as Envy, it's the last round of the half. They're looking to try and make this one a 7-5.
Just a legendary play from Darkest to take down a legendary team and to not let them build momentum or a win streak. And we're so used to Envy just kind of having these one-sided series. And in this map, one of their best maps in the Envy pool, they've only been able to win 2 rounds in a row at most. And you just saw how quickly that streak ended. Now the pace down to molasses for Envy. And this is a very familiar point of the map where Envy gave an ace to Alum for all the smokes and the chaos that happened here. Always got to be wary for where Alum will be. His eye on Paranoia too. This could be how they strike through. Yes, Paranoia will blind Alum, protects himself with the wall, and there's the hunt down for Envy. Inspire with a heads-up play. Poppin' always good for one, but these defenders, these anchors for QOR are not done yet. But now when push comes to shove and the pressure is on, Envy just better in these critical moments.
Spike planted.
Tuesday's in a 1v3, and it will end in a kill contract. And the rest will watch as KaneZera takes the dub, and it's a 7-5 half for QOR.
Yeah, a great job from Envy, a great flood in that time around. Excellent use of KaneZera's ultimate. Just make sure that you win that one, because even then, like, as soon as he catches him, you see the rest of Envy just flood in ready to, just in case KaneZera doesn't win it, we can just dominate as soon as he kind of comes back into it. But this is just a nice flood in from the squad. You know, they just walk in, clear all their corners, find their opportunities, and it works out perfectly. So it's still in contention at this point. 7-5, we're swapping sides now. Envy fighting for map 3 while QOR are winning, fighting to secure their spot in playoffs alongside Qbert Academy. And let's see how this initiation goes, because QOR, clearly their playbook is a lot deeper than a lot of these teams expect.
For sure. And QOR are 3-0 in pistols as well. Look at this walk down 2 from Envy. QOR were so good at breaking up the duelists from the supporting line, just using Sentinel util. It's a different look when you have a Jet dashing in. But now Envy are just this death ball that are so hard to peel apart. And it usually comes down to a death match, and who can flick better. And now you just have QOR really slowing it down.
Yeah, seriously. And this is the thing, like, when I was talking about the playbook of QOR, they have so many different styles that they like to pull into, whether or not it's the slow one, whether or not it's like the fast pop style. And they've been playing really well off of Darkest's utility.
Ooh, the vulnerable right into QOR as they swung. Timing was perfect from KaneZera, and a first blood 2 smokes up. QOR should probably try to re-clear elsewhere, but with always a flank looming from Envy, I'm sure QOR are not comfortable, but the hesitation is going to cost them. They're still getting shot through the smoke, and it's Logan and Tuesday. They're just left with nothing this round. Hoping to double their value this time, but ultimately an Envy pistol at the end.
Yeah, and honestly, it just came down to KaneZera just standing in the smoke, you know, not yielding a single step backwards, playing so far forwards and finding a couple of kills to make it almost impossible for that really to work out for QOR. So an excellent pistol round here. Great understanding of things from KaneZera to make sure that it gets so much more difficult, and the rest of Envy are ready to back him up. So let's see how this one goes. We're seeing Alum actually go with a Bucky this time around, which should be a little bit interesting, but given how much Alum has been popping off on this Neon, I'd say it's well earned. Poppin' already finding Doozy.
Oh, Alum is close enough to convert on the Bucky. Just spent too much time tap dancing than shooting. So Poppin will have a window to capitalize on that. And Exter's in position. A 2-for-1, sure.
What was that?
This is about to be flawless. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Exter with the flick? That was 2 heads in one? One of them jumping? That is crazy coming through, but that's good. The Envy boys are starting to heat up a little bit more, and you know, you can't be relying on KaneZera and Poppin to be the only 2 players who can secure these multi-kills so early on into this round. Look at that flick. That's crazy. Should have been at least through the box, but no, not going to be the case. So Envy, they tie things up right now, as it is going to be the rifle round for QOR. We do see that they are going to be bringing 1 stinger in, so a little bit of a misspy from Darkest there. But already KaneZera just kind of spraying things down with the Odin to make sure that they keep that B site in check.
Oh my God. It's like in his name. He is the ultimate defender, the guardian of A. And this is why Envy, this is one of their best maps, not just because of the comfort picks around the Duelist, but Poppin's ability to protect A on his last dying breath. QOR are still gonna have the firing squad, but unfortunately stacked together. And Exter gets an edge against Tuzi. And QOR haven't really flip-flopped sights. Once they're committed, they're staying on, and they're not gonna let Logan develop on the lurk. Gonna keep committing to this. Envy watching over from above, flash out, Exter no contact. And Nerve sits in short and now presses with the help of Darkest, and QOR at least trade together. 2 versus 2, and Inspire just walks down lane. Not expecting QOR to just be that forward. He got a high-low that Ion tries to break up, and he can't. What a retake from, or well, what a post plan from QOR, I should say.
I was gonna say Ion almost got a kill there, almost made it a possible win scenario on a 2v1 type of deal. But yeah, once again, it's just the awareness, making sure to swing off of one another, playing together, getting these trades. That was so deadly there. Exter almost got a 2 for 1 there, almost finding Darkest as well. But I mean, wow, it is so close between these two teams. Take a look at the kill feed right now. Alim sitting at 17 kills at the moment, has been having just an unbelievable performance in this matchup against Envy. And once again, they've got their eyes set on this A site.
Who's gonna have their eyes open? No blinking, crossing the smoke, Poppin! Always a multi-kill, always good for at least one. But this is now split open the A site, calling for Ion to fill that gap, and even KaneZera, because QOR usually have stuck to the site that they first hit. Now the rest of the map's looking open. They're able to activate Logan a lot more.
At least it was an effective trade from both of these sides there. A 2 for 2 evened things out, make it a little bit more possible, but most importantly, they did find Poppin, who had the Hunter's Fury online. And that could have been an excellent tool either to stall or flush things out. It allows the C site to be a lot more possible to win if you are QOR. And that's why they're making their way over.
Some delay being created by Inspire. There's eventually someone's gonna have to cross to their right side, and Clip Darkest didn't get the kill. Inspire gets the last laugh, but QOR trying to get ahead of the game and lurk within the smoke. And okay, Tuzi with a big hug to KaneZera jumping in. But Tuzi didn't get the plant down yet. Oh, we heard the drop down from Ion. Maybe this is all a distraction and a bait now within his own smoke. Tuzi didn't drop the spike, and Inspire, a quick reaction, a quick stab, and it's Envy that tie.
And a great read from Envy, understanding how maybe Tuzi was going to be able to escape out of that. The ultimate being very close to being online. Don't give yourself up. Don't allow the teleport to happen. And let's just play things nice and chill. We know that we can take the timing, force that clock down to make sure that you can win things out. And yeah, excellent just combo utility. They're kind of like the micro plays that we see from Envy always are very impressive. They're always playing off of each other, calling for those individual moments, playing for the kills. So Envy keep this close, 8-8 now, as QOR are sent back onto a save. Envy still have 2 ultimates online, and that kill contract could be extremely important if things get a little bit too dicey.
Envy are 3-1 on this half. Looking for Exter to get a surprise. He hasn't checked this before. Also have Envy just relying on the camera there, getting a ping, and Exter just gets swung on. Okay, Alum is crazy. Inspires a 1. It's gonna get crazy for him too very soon. We have Ion watching over him like an angel, and QOR just, I like that they're bouncing around different sites too. This is now more of a macro game. I don't know how long this Odin's gonna live, and even KaneZera gets his 1, but eventually gets overwhelmed by QOR. But QOR took so much damage on the approach that it's not looking good for them. And Envy are now in the lead.
Yeah, Envy, they swing back 9-8 now. And one thing is for sure, if you are QOR, that Odin is kind of scary. It's now been 2 rounds where this Odin Fire has really either done so much damage or has gotten so many kills through smokes when you weren't even prepared for it. And this is something that we've seen Kane's era do multiple times on different maps. When the Odin is out, it's a lot more, we're just gonna bunker down and spray things down and get maximum value out of that thing. So QOR now gonna be taking a time out here as NV take the lead for the first time on this map, actually in this series, as QOR still looking to potentially close this out 2-0, but NV are right back into things.
Yeah, NV is just keep coming up with new tricks, from standing on top of the box on C to now just bringing in the Odin, spraying down mid, to NV walking up in the smoke of A main with 2 in there and just brawling at points that you don't expect. So QOR always have to keep their head on a swivel, be on their toes at all times, and be ready to scrap. And you kind of have to play this buddy system if you're QOR, because that's what NV are doing.
And honestly, like, it's completely flipped on its head. You would have expected this composition with that double duelist from NV to be more aggressive, be more on that attacking side, and yet right now, we've seen them really start to spread their wings and fly here on the defense. Still holding on to their ultimates too in these next couple of rounds. Extra just one away from the dimensional drift. QOR bringing an Odin of their own in the hands of Nerve. Nerve one away from getting that ultimate online. QOR are getting close to establishing a couple of win conditions here as they flood onto this B site, just kind of sidestepping the Odin spray.
NV spent a lot of util and a lot of time to the right side, and I guess just to rely on Exter and the friends of NV to flood back into the B site. I thought it was going to be harder than that. QOR can still play through main and just spam down the spike if needed. The aftershocks were invested. Nerve still has the Odin, and he's traded. NV are layering up, getting above the smoke, getting ahead of the game, and it's just Darkest. He's in a 1 versus 2, has to pick his time to swing onto the spike at the right time. Now Poppin has had to drop, and it gets halfway. It's just like a popcorn. He pops, and Darkest evens things up 9-9.
I was going to say, there might have been a miscomm there. I'm 99% sure Darkest accidentally flashed one of his team members in window, giving the advantage back over to NV. And it felt like it was one of those rounds where, you know, if Darkest just gets a kill, the Rolling Thunder can be online. This is so winnable for QOR. And NV were denying that. They stayed alive throughout all of it and forced Darkest down to that 1v2. But as soon as Darkest finds that kill, the win condition is established. The Rolling Thunder comes online, and it's going to be a guaranteed win, because there's nothing you can really do as you get forced up and stunned by that ultimate. So QOR fighting tooth and nail. They close out that round perfectly as NV, well, Exter got the Bucky, looking for a timing. We'll find just that on the Logan.
All right, Alum ult already gets one low, and before Exter could even use a dimensional drift, I don't know, he looked pretty shadowy there, and nonetheless, QOR hold their ground, and they're just always kicking NV where it hurts, not ever letting them get a clear advantage, never letting them get a win streak. And even Darkest, these ults have come down to these clutch or kick scenarios. Nothing much more that Poppin can do. QOR up to double digits, couple more rounds away from giving NV their 2nd loss in all of Challengers.
I'm 99% sure Exter, like that Yoru bottle, had the mask just like an inch away from his mouth and just gets fried there, was phasing out of reality, and once again, just doesn't quite work out well. Different look from QOR, mind you. They decide to go fast, and it still looks good. You can see the coordination coming through. It looks good when they do decide to go for that faster play style, and this has broken NV's economy yet again. They're back onto pistols, back onto Poppin having a stinger here as QOR, they slow things down yet again. Expecting a little bit more aggression here, but have the weaponry to deal with it.
Yeah, you got to expect crazy from NV, but QOR are matching their freak, and that's all that matters. They just do not hesitate when it comes to making a big play. They all have the confidence to just go for it. And QOR, no, Inspire. What a 2-for-1 is crazy with the share of neural theft. Thrifty opportunity for NV. Wait a minute.
That's crazy. On top of that too, yeah, Neural Theft giving away all the positions now. So you see Envy immediately readjust themselves. They know they've got a little bit more space to work with. They don't need to push into it. They can play it a little bit slower. And so they do decide to make their way towards this A site. Weapon advantage still strong, but they are definitely lacking in numbers. And this is an opportunity for Envy to turn this back around and tie up the map again.
The silver lining for QOR is that the weapons that were dropped are so deep into their territory. Envy can't recover them, but they almost don't even care. But having to retake with Sheriffs is not going to be great. Maybe Poppin can get into heaven here with the Stinger. Kill contract from KaneZera. That's going to be interesting. We'll watch that in the pip while Poppin is kind of messed up on his jump up in heaven. Rest of QOR put the red carpet down of Envy Blood, and it's just Inspire in a 1 versus 1. The thrifty opportunity still alive. Not the best weapon to quick flick into Inspire. Taps the spike. Mind games, and Alum delivers.
Right now, Alum is Neon IRL. I'm convinced. Like, that's kind of crazy. Gets a no-scope. Hold on to the outlaw in the midst of all of the flood through. Sure, Envy, once again, they were coming in with pistols there, but they were shooting and they were ready to overwhelm. And that outlaw, 2 shots and then you got to reload all of a sudden. So not the best weapon to kind of stand your ground with, but still works out perfectly. Logan, of course, finding the kill there is what you want to see, and the shorty to seal the deal as QOR find themselves at 11-9. 2 more rounds to send Envy down another series, which is something that honestly nobody was really expecting.
Yeah, a 3 versus 5 turnaround from QOR, but ultimately maybe not giving up those weapons to Envy maybe made the whole difference. Now Alum is lurking about through main. Inspire has to be big, but somehow KaneZera's picked through the smoke. How? How do QOR just keep getting away with this?
It's so unlucky too. It almost feels like one of those moments that you'd expect KaneZera to be able to just find a lucky kill through a smoke. And this time around, unfortunately, is on the recipient end of it. We haven't really seen KaneZera pop off as much as we would have liked to on this map, where we know Envy like to fly. And still, it's going to be QOR slowly meandering their way around the map. Look at all this util ready to go. Like, they are a coordinated squad.
You still have the Hunter's Fury to lay back. Envy got to shred down these forces, or this post plane's about to get deadly, and you can't afford match points. Alum drops a chance for Envy, but the QOR synergy, this army marches forward and claims the seaside for theirs. And it's Poppin that'll be discovered on the flank. Envy haven't been able to blossom at all on one of their best fronts. And this is QOR that can bring also 4 weapons, maybe not even needing to invest any of these ultimates. Surely this is a QOR win after this round.
Yeah, and at this point, Poppin just has to save that rifle. Look at the money for Envy. Oh, no, don't give away your position. That was just a check. That was just a check. No need to be scared yet, Poppin. You're good. But yeah, the money on Envy's side is just not ideal. They're down to almost $0 across the board. KaneZera with 50 credits, Ion with only 250. So Poppin has to make sure to stay alive and will at least find 1 kill, but the jig is going to be up. Position should be given away. Should be able to carry this rifle forwards. This is QOR right now on match point against Envy, queuing up a potential 2-0 victory against them.
It was such a quiet start to the half for QOR. First giving up the pistol, going down 1-4. Envy looked like they were making the comeback, and they did. There was a point where Envy were in the lead. And then QOR just took over. And honestly, not even killing Poppin there. I thought this was like a tell Cersei it was me, like send a message to the rest of Envy, you know? A little charitable, you get to keep your gun, but QOR are done with that.
Yeah, we'll put you down to 50 HP just to give you a warning this time around.
Yeah, warning shots.
Yeah. Just so you know, we could have killed you. However, we decided to let you live so you can tell the tale to the rest of your team. I'm loving this lore right now. But yeah, now moving into this next one. This is, I'm not going to lie to you. it's not looking good for Envy. You look at the money that they're bringing into this. We're going to be seeing one rifle bought up, 2 Stingers, as well as a Guardian. And of course, we see the 1 rifle carried over. But on the flip side, it's just money galore for Core and ultimates galore. We've seen how impactful a lot of these ultimates can be, and especially when you're coming in with the Rolling Thunder alongside the Sova ultimate as well. It's just so much to be able to just annihilate the team. You stun them up, get the Hunter's Fury to zap them a couple of times, you get the information, it's all looking nice, clean, and cut. And so Core understand that this is their winning round, and they are playing patiently, which once again shows how much they respect Envy.
Envy not playing so patient, just throwing something at the wall, see what sticks, and it's Core sticking to their spawn, holding the line, and Envy down 2 already. They're star players, and it just, when it rains, it pours, it's a hemorrhage, and it turns into an extra 1v5. With all the ults in the world for Core, one of them out, and it's the neural theft. Oh, now we're going hunting. It's not duck season, it's extra season, and he's holding back the forces of Core. But for how long can you run? Because you can't hide. There's a shotgun where the sun don't shine. It's a flawless end of round, and honestly, a flawless series from Core to give Envy their 2nd loss, and for Core to go to playoffs.
What a series. Envy against Core. Coming in here, once again, everyone except for Roy, I guess, we're expecting Envy to pop off. We saw them face Qbert Academy. We saw them get smacked around. We expected them to have that resurgence, to pull themselves back together, get ready to move on to the next one. And instead, it's Core who put on an absolute masterclass. The amount of preparation that they clearly have done coming into this Envy matchup, getting ready for all of these counter strats, not just relying on their abilities, but relying on their brain power and teamwork to really carry them through. They earn their way into playoffs. And I'm gonna just say, Mercury is in retrograde, so who could have seen this one coming? But everything is all up in the air. I just smacked my microphone because I seriously just can't believe what we witnessed. But Core, honestly, you should not sleep on this team, because if they continue to perform like we saw them today, they've got a real shot at making it all the way to the Ascension tournament.
For sure, and that's going to be our 2nd team making it to playoffs. And Core, Adeska said this has been such an underrated team, and now you almost got to cheer for them to take down the Stage 2 champions. Not a lot of teams can say that, but on a 2-loss streak, Envy already didn't even look stable out the gates, which is how much of a dent they took earlier on, the tech issues that they had. But we'll hope that they bounce back another week. No doubt we'll see Envy in playoffs, but when? That is the question. But for now, we're going to go check in with the desk. They'll have an interview shortly, and we'll see you after.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Don't sleep on Core Gaming. 2-0 victory over Envy. They've officially qualified into the playoffs. And Ash, for Roy, it took him 3 stages of predicting against Envy, but he'll finally be right today. Big congrats.
Have you ever noticed that like Roy looks really happy and like super chuffed when we get back from break when his predictions right? Have you ever noticed that? That Roy just starts
No.
glowing? Anything to say for yourself?
No, not you guys literally using my lines against me. That's crazy. Okay, first of all, I also got them losing last week, correct? Or 2 weeks ago, correct? Whenever their last match versus QOR was. So I'm actually right 2 times in a row, Sierra, not 1 time. But it did take me a while to get here. You know, sometimes you're a little early to the predictions, and I was just a little early, you know? But now the time is here. People have caught on.
People have caught on. Like, let's talk about that series, because for Core Gaming, I mean, that was a big question of when teams would catch on to what Envy had. I mean, when we talk about the comps they have, we talk about the style, etc., and it seemed like on the day. I mean, you talk about a core, like this is a core that they seem to have caught on to Envy's game.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like they really did. Like, in terms of their calling. Okay, I'm going to start with the attack side calling, right? Specifically when it comes down to the pacing. So many of these rounds by Core are just dumb waiting out Envy. Envy doesn't, they're not very comfortable feeling like they're info starved. They always like map control. It's often how they get a lot of their wins. They're always re-clearing map space, and it felt like Core kind of they had a read on that. They kind of understood the style, and whenever they would take map control or whenever they would start the round, they were just waiting for Envy to make their move. And they knew that, you know, if there's one player contacting, there's going to be another one soon after, and they just kept waiting and waiting. And even on Ascent, they're doing the same thing, and it just keeps working because Envy doesn't like, they don't feel comfortable without map control.
And then flipping onto the defense, I think what really shines for Core that we also saw on Ascent was just those retake protocols that are so consistent. They love those fast floods back onto site. And I think you look at how it should almost be flipped when you're looking at the first kills versus those rounds. The fact that Envy were able to find 13 of them, and the fact that Core are able to somehow claw 4 of those rounds back into their favor to take that 13-9 win. And so much of that coming down to a couple of those clutches that we saw coming in, whether it was Darkest or Logan, as well as Alan himself. And I really think it's just insane the performance that Core was able to bring to the table today. I mean, everything was really coming together. It felt like how they were moving as a unit.
Yeah, Core was moving around the map so nicely, guys. When it came down to the late rounds, it felt like the flank was always perfectly timed. There's always, like, you know, movements happening as soon as Envy was showing their hand. Like, there's no delays. Everything was just so confident. Everything was just so clicked together. This wasn't like a random fluke. I genuinely think that Core came in with a very good game plan of how they wanted to approach things, and they executed it flawlessly on both maps. Specifically on Haven, though, I do want to give a shout out, obviously, to Elim, which I'm sure we're going to be talking more about soon. But Elim just had such a phenomenal performance when it came down to so many of these hero situations that were required. And I feel like overall, his performance was just unreal on both maps. Yeah, I mean, the stats are there: 175 damage per round, 220 damage per round as well on the second map. And it's not even just that, but the first kills were on point. He had so many hero situations. And yeah, while it was a team effort on the first map, I feel like the second map, a lot of those rounds came down to him.
It definitely did. I think even just like kicking things off with a round 2 ace coming. Yeah, okay, it is like an eco ace, sure, whatever. But when you're looking at how Alum is bringing that energy into the server and getting the gas going almost for Core, it's just insane how he can like ramp up that energy for the team, how electric it becomes, and how they're able to just like carry forward with that momentum as an entire squad, and his consistency to be that player that's able to step up to the plate and find those openings for Core and have them carry off of the back of that.
And the fact that we highlighted Alam at the beginning of the day, and to see the performance that was put up, I mean, this was exceptional from core. Everyone from across the board really did have a step up, but the difference maker that Alan was in some of these rounds was just absolutely crazy. Even thinking of the one A-site with, like, I think it was like the 1v3 clutch, or like,
Oh,
it
the
was
outlaw.
just, yeah, just crazy stuff. So I have to say, like, the biggest of congratulations to Core. This is the first time throughout stage 3 we've gotten to see them on the main broadcast, and they have just been absolutely cooking. This was a very, very well-deserved victory, and I'm excited to hear more from the team with Darkus on the line for our interview. First off, big congratulations. You're on to playoffs, 2-0 to Envy. Like, what's going through your mind?
Honestly, I'm just very confident right now. I can't lie. We have a lot of respect for that team. We've played Envy so many times, and we have always been close. It's just fun. It's just exciting to play them, honestly.
I mean, you've played them before. The matches before were close. So then what was that difference maker today for a match that, well, it wasn't, like, you guys just did amazing.
Yeah, I can't lie. A lot of my teammates stepped up when we needed it. We talked a lot about how Envy played, so it really helped us coming into this game. But wow, did my teammates step up when I needed them?
I want to talk about that step up specifically too from Alan, because this was just a crazy performance today.
He has such a good work ethic. He plays the game, he practices, he shows up, he's ready to grind with me. He brings good vibes all the time, and he has so much trust in me, and I appreciate him so much for it.
I love to hear that about the showing up, and really just love this vibes from the team. And I want to talk about your performance as well, because you're calling for the team. You're talking about the read and stuff, and you're also just no performance drop off. Like, your Haven was awesome. So, like, talk to me more about that confidence you were speaking of.
So I had a little, like, a slump, honestly, last split. I didn't know what I was doing. Everything felt awful. But I really just kind of pushed through. I started grinding ranked a lot more again, and it just feels great. It feels good to finally shoot again.
Just in time, too, with being on playoffs. And I want to know then how you're feeling going into the playoffs now that you've secured a spot.
So excited, so confident. I'm so ready. We're so ready.
Glad to hear it. I love the smile too. I just gotta say, it's all smiles for Core Gaming today. And last but not least, like, we have not gotten to see you on the main broadcast throughout stage 3 yet. So Core hasn't really been talked about too much. Do you feel like Core's been kind of like a dark horse right now? Like,
I will say a lot of people underestimate us. A lot of people think we're not as good as the rest, which, you know, fair. They haven't seen us play. They don't know anything about us, but we will win. I promise.
All right. Well, that was a promise is a promise, Darkus. Congrats today. Best of luck going on forward. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to the desk. I love the smile, the energy from the team. And, like, Ash, those were some strong words there at the end. Like, all right. Promise is a promise.
Yeah, those were some really strong words at the end there. I feel like that was also, like, the most happy interview that we've had on Challengers this stage. I don't think I've ever heard someone come on and say, like, yeah, I've been grinding ranked more and I'm so happy now. Like, I don't think any Valorant player says that. Like, you know.
It's normally the opposite. I've been grinding ranked, please hell. No, I mean, I love to hear that from the team. I mean, Roy is a team that, yeah, we haven't seen too much of as of this stage, but a team that really stepped up. And yeah, 4-1, they're qualified into the playoffs. Team that's looking strong. Like, Core stocks, they're high.
I'm telling you, I don't know what it is with that team. They just have an aura where you just sleep on them for some reason, but they proved it. They've shown us they're a formidable team. They're not here. They're not joking around. They've had some insane wins. Even their losses have been super close. So, you know, I'm happy for Darkus. I've been a big fan of him for a while, and I'm happy to see him come into form, especially as an IGL. It's really not an easy task with the current landscape of the meta shifting, but he's doing a phenomenal job. So congratulations to Core on qualifying for playoffs.
And staying out of that dreaded round 6, 3-2. I mean, Ash, I'm looking at this and ooh, I mean, Envy with there is some crazy stuff here.
Yeah, you're looking at who's left in the Swiss stage right now, and it is no easy feat to try and claw back into that contention for playoffs and try to get those wins to get to 4. I think looking at that 3 and 2, like TSM, Legacy, Winthrop, and Envy, that is a dangerous pool to be in. And it's just actually wild, I think, to even think that teams like TSM, Winthrop, and Envy are having this longer journey to get into playoffs right now. And for Envy, I mean, we've already talked about how it's the first time that they're not dealing with that 4-0 easy sweep into playoffs. And I'm curious to see how that's going to affect them going forward, like having to go through that gauntlet for the remainder of Swiss.
And unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to SRG earlier on today, and teams sitting at that 2 and 3. I mean, Roy, we are in the prime time of eliminations, and yeah, it's really coming down to the wire for these teams.
Yeah, the 2 and 3 area as well is crazy. Like, there's actually also a real world where the 3 and 2 teams, like if TSM, depending on who they play, they win their game and Envy somehow loses, there's a world where like Envy has the hardest descent possible into potential eliminations. I don't really want to, like, you know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it's very possible that, you know, these things could happen. But yeah, I mean, I think the 2 and 3 is pretty scary. There's a lot of good teams there. Obviously, they've not had their best showings, but these teams could flip a switch at any point in time, guys. We've seen it before, and it could happen.
Well, especially at this point too, to see the switch that some teams have flipped like this. It is crazy. This has been a crazy week of challengers, and you know next week is going to be just as crazy. But that is unfortunately it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all for crushing it. And I hope you guys are all just as happy in your ranked games as Tarkus has been. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Just count on them to find some of these clutch kills, and they've been getting shut down time and time again, which makes it so much more difficult to try and execute these. And so they're kind of changing up the playbook here to try and mitigate some of it, and yet they're still kind of getting diffed by Caloric and the rest of the team. Like, it's unbelievable how different this team looks.
Oh, and moves. Beautiful double kill. What a flank from Caloric. He'll be after moves. And then you have the same flank from Infiltrator, and who will find value? It's Caloric knocking at the door of the win, and Infiltrator has to save the team, but he's done what he could. He dropped 20 kills, but he can't. Let's see if this King Zera off. We'll get to get some kills. Extra has to hold on all by himself, and Flash can't teleport out. Logan, while blinded, is still the GOAT. King Zera alive and well still in the boathouse. And Ion shut down on the opposite lane, and that'll do it. Should have turns into an extra 1v5 with all the ults in the world for QOR. One of them out, and it's the neural theft. Oh, now we're going hunting. It's not duck season, it's extra season, and he's holding back the forces of QOR.